to do everything he can to enhance everything for the next 3 months.
Yeah, I mean, before you know it, too, we'll get through holiday racing and everything like that, and there's going to be, like, Derby prep. Before you know it, we're going to be asking you about, like, what's happening in January with Derby preps, Jimmy. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. And we'll think about it because Fairgrounds is starting.
Yep.
You're going to have Oaklawn starting. You're going to have Gulfstream with their championship meet, and that's where all those big 3-year-old races kick off. So, yeah, that's just around the corner.
Yeah. All right, so we focusing on the harness meet this weekend then?
Oh, yeah.
All
yeah,
right.
Hawthorne racing this weekend. 3 races on Saturday, but all these horses across the board. Starting race number 3, bet the 6-horse, Fox Valley Gimlet across the board. Then race 5, bet the 7, He's a Wise Guy across the board. And then race 8, bet the 5, Sleazy Captain across the board. Build up some money and see what we can do moving forward.
All right, Saturday harness, everybody at Hawthorne. Race 3, the 6-horse across the board. Race 5, the 2-horse across the board. And then race 8, the 5-horse across the board. Is that right?
That's right, boys.
Okay.
Let's make some money.
Have a great weekend, Jim.
All right, guys.
See
Good
you,
luck.
buddy.
Jimmy!
There's our guy, Jim Miller.
Yep.
Make sure you follow him on X at Hawthorne Jim, and he's on the Yingling guest hotline. All right, Mikey, let's do it. Let's roll in some best plays for everybody.
Yeah,
for the
we had a
weekend, my
good,
friend.
pretty decent week last week. And, Carm, you were perfect, so why don't you start things?
All right, I'll kick us off with a college football game for tonight, everybody, for Friday night.
Oh,
if you're
early,
listening on
baby.
Friday. A little early action. And it's funny because Mike brought it up earlier in the show, and I was going to bring up his own analogy that he always jokes about anytime I start talking about revenge games.
Yes.
And Mike brought it up again today.
Bobby Burns.
Bobby Burns.
My dad said, after I lost the fight to him, go back and get him. I went back and get him, and he kicked my ass again.
Go back and get revenge. Yeah, you
Yeah.
got your ass kicked again.
Yeah,
We've
thanks,
all been
Dad.
there.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's a little bit of that at play tonight in Louisville between Clemson and the Cardinals. Look, this game is of the utmost importance, obviously, for Louisville. Still a little bit of a path to the playoff, to the ACC championship, excuse me. Clemson was sort of in a similar spot last year. They hosted Louisville about the same time, and the Cardinals went in there and won. Clemson's still trying to get bowl eligible. I think they wouldn't mind paying back the favor a little bit. But even more importantly, the Cardinals are missing Isaac Brown, their talented running back, who lit up Clemson last year in Death Valley. He is the ACC's best running back from a yards per attempt standpoint the last 2 seasons. The best of this line is kind of gone. At one point I had this at Clemson getting 2.5, 3. This thing's down closer to a
Make your
pick.
line. Don't worry about
I'm
it.
going to say Clemson money line plus 110. I think Clemson pulls the upset tonight. Clemson money line plus 10 is going to be.
It's not much of an upset, but it is an upset.
It's a little bit of an upset,
and you got a named team that's the underdog.
They've won 3 of 4, still trying to get bowl eligible, and Cade Klubnik has 8 touchdowns and 1 pick over that span. So I think Clemson is a real live dog and goes in and knocks off Louisville tonight.
All right, Carmen. I got Arizona on the bonus play with everybody. I mean, I can't get off the Jacoby Brissett train for that's one bad game. They seem to have a lot of faith in him, so I picked them number 1. I don't know. I love Pete Carroll, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's got better players than Dallas does, except for a couple positions. Max Crosby is a monster. Okay, you got Bowers. Okay, the bottom line is Geno Smith. Are they going to have a stinker? Okay, or is any other quarterback that he decides to put in? Because if you're looking for really the odds are reflecting who the quarterback is. Prescott should have a good game. But I am going to go with the Raiders in this one, Carm.
Okay.
Getting 3 points, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. All right. Sounds good. Raiders is the play, and then I'll take you to Sunday
What
Night
do you
Football.
think of that? You sounded very pensive.
The Raiders are hard to figure.
I know.
I mean, they just
That's
are.
what I built my handicapping career on. I mean, taking a look at a dying petunia.
Listen, you find some things you like, you know, as you go across these games.
It makes no sense, I know.
Sometimes it makes no sense. Sometimes Todd Furman always likes the term dumpster diving. Sometimes
Absolutely.
Sometimes there's value there.
Oh, nobody dove in the dumpsters.
And you dumpster dive a little bit. I mean, a home team in prime time, you know, getting points. The way you lay it out, it's not bad.
No, I think a lot, and I think the money will go with America, or formerly America's team. I think New England's been America's team for the past 20 years. And I think before that, the San Francisco 49ers were for 20 years.
I'll take you to the Sunday night game. Lions,
I love when you take us there.
Lions on the road in Philly, getting 2.5. We're gonna stepping in front of the Eagles has not been the best thing here in recent years, and they're 5-3 when laying points against the spread this year. But I'm going to say back the underdog here. Speaking of live dogs, I think the Lions are one of them. Dan Campbell is 13-3 straight up in primetime. He and Goff have won 8 of their last 9 primetime games. The Lions have better yards per play, points per drive, and turnover margins this late in the season. I always kind of like that if I can get points especially if I'm getting around a field goal. And the Eagles, let's face it, Lane Johnson's a warrior. I mean, he wasn't even out. He's practicing this week, which is crazy to me. He finished that game last week.
I thought he was out.
He got carted off. But I couldn't believe it. But listen, at
they're savages.
One misstep, get rolled up on again. Who knows? Cam Jurgens has been battling this knee injury, their star center, and he's been out. I just think the Lions have a real good chance to go in there and pull the upset. So getting the 2.5, we'll take the Lions on Sunday.
Yeah, and you know what? Just a couple of other games here. I got one more for everybody. All right. Yeah, the Jacksonville Jaguars are playing the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
Take Jacksonville on the money line.
Yeah, I like that.
I think they could come out and win that game straight up. It's time for them to grow up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's a tough road game for the Chargers. Nothing against them or Jimmy, but you know what? They're not going to win every game, and they've had some problems on their offensive line. Jacksonville's going to have to come and bring it though. They can't be passive. And Trevor Lawrence, please quit making mistakes.
Stop turning the ball over.
My God.
Stop turning the ball over. I think it's a good play though.
All right, now a guy that won last week, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. He's been on a little bit of a roll, ladies and gentlemen. Why not? He's esteemed. He knows what he's doing.
Esteemed.
Yeah, esteemed. I heard that on the show the other day.
Esteemed.
It's our guy. Eric O's betting show, Eric Kostrowski. Eric?
Esteemed is one of those words you don't hear too often
put it on
anymore.
your business
It's
card.
a good
Esteemed.
one.
Esteemed producer.
That's right.
I'm walking around esteemed all the time.
That's
Yes.
And steamed.
Carm brought this game up earlier, and he specifically brought up Andy Reid after a bye, and that's something I earmark annually, that I always put money on the Chiefs after their bye week, and I'm going to do that on the road, -3.5 against a good opponent. But I really feel like this Chiefs team is coming into form.
I think they know they've got to play well. They've had extra time. Furman even said lay it on the money line out to about $2. So if just people want an idea of how to handicap that game and how to attack that game, and I think they're going to get a real good effort out of the Chiefs.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear how some people think Gronk was a true tight end, and that basically our guy from Kansas City is more of a slot receiver, a big slot. Do you agree, Carm?
I guess a little bit.
I think Kelsey blocks.
A little bit. Not quite like Kittle or Gronk, though. You know, I tell you what I love about Loveland. I mean, I think you see the skill and the talent. He blocks his ass off. If you could get both, if you could do the best of both worlds and be like a George Kittle, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Be
no
incredible.
doubt about it, my friend. We're rolling.
We're rolling. All right, boys. We want to thank Luke Pergandy and Jim Miller for joining us, and thanks Eric Ostrowski for producing. And most importantly, thanks for listening, everybody. Another fun show, Mikey. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the nice weather tomorrow, especially. Happy wagering, and we'll talk to everybody again next Friday.
So long, everybody.
This is The Odds Couple
on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Once upon a time, there was a planet called home. It was full of all kinds of curious creatures and enchanting ecosystems. Life thrived everywhere, from the deepest oceans to the tallest mountains. Home was full of happy people, too, like you and me. And for a while, the people lived in peaceful harmony with nature. But as time passed, the people changed. And gradually, home changed too. The people saw that nature needed their help. And they realized they needed nature too.
Is that the end of the story?
Not at all. It's just the beginning.
Nature needs us now. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/now to learn more.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor, all the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
People don't realize that glaucoma is one of the leading causes of blindness.
Because there are often no early symptoms, nearly half of those with glaucoma may not even know they have it until vision loss has occurred.
I was diagnosed with normal tension glaucoma in July of 2020. And what we found out at that point was I had already lost 40% of my sight. And you think it only affects people that are, 75 or older, retired, grandparents, and that's not the reality of it.
I didn't think at all glaucoma was going to affect me because I didn't know of anyone that had glaucoma, no one in my family. When you have glaucoma, you can't get back that sight that you lost. And so early detection and treatment is vitally, vitally important.
Don't miss life's most beautiful moments. Schedule an eye exam today.
National Glaucoma Research, a Bright Focus Foundation program, offers free resources and tips for healthy vision.
Learn how to protect your sight at stopglaucoma.org.
When I was diagnosed with Hodgkin lymphoma, I had so many questions. I didn't even know that it was cancer. Now I do. It is cancer. Blood cancer. It's actually one of more than 100 different types, and they're all treated differently. Now, unlike some other forms of cancer, usually there's no tumor. You can't screen for it to prevent it, and the symptoms can look like other things, so it could be hard to diagnose. I had a fever for weeks. I was so tired all the time. I didn't feel like eating or doing anything else for that matter. And I know that this can feel scary. But if you know what to look out for, you'll know what to tell your doctor. And you'll feel more empowered to take the next steps. Like getting in touch with the people who know the ins and outs and can help with everything blood cancer related. Blood Cancer United. They work one-on-one with each person who reaches out to answer questions and offer resources. Blood Cancer United was there for me, and they can be there for you.
Go to bloodcancerunited.org to learn more.
It's time to take Chicago's College Tailgate Show live.
I'm in. Meet us at Smoke Daddy's in Wicker Park. And guess what, Shea? It's a Penn State bar.
Yeah, hopefully they beat me because they're playing Michigan State. It's going to be a great time with our college football fans.
So come out Saturday morning and see a very chipper Shea from 9 to 11. And we're presented by Flight by Yingling.
There are some solid games on Saturday. We're going to break them all down.
We'll talk a little Alabama, Oklahoma, and Georgia, Texas.
And we're drinking Flight by Yingling and enjoying the incredible barbecue from Smoke Daddy's.
That's this Saturday from 9 to 11 a.m. in Wicker Park. And please tailgate responsibly.
1 in 10 people age 50 and older in the U.S. have early age-related macular degeneration.
Because macular degeneration often has no early symptoms, many don't know they have it until irreversible vision loss has already occurred. Well, when I first found out that I had macular degeneration, it was really scary. I mean, my eyes are my living.
What's most important for me to see my family, my loved ones, my pickleball game, everything I do is dependent upon my vision.
Being able to see, be able to spend time with my children, be able to travel is extremely important. And I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't have my vision. Don't miss life's most beautiful moments.
Schedule a comprehensive eye exam to protect your sight.
Macular Degeneration Research, a Bright Focus Foundation program, offers free resources and tips for healthy vision.
Go to stopamd.org to learn more.
This is the Our Idea is Ready to Launch vision. This is the Create Great Jobs vision. This is the We Need More Space vision. This is Busey, where your business visions become realizations through securing capital for growth and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future, because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Battery pop quiz. Did you know that most rechargeable devices use lithium-ion batteries? They're in laptops, power banks, and more. They can, however, be a fire risk. So power up your battery smarts with tips from the National Fire Protection Association. Only buy products with a safety certification mark. Charge devices on hard surfaces. Don't use off-brand cords, and always unplug when fully charged. Let's charge into fire safety. Visit fpw.org/battery for more tips.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. This is Chicago's College Tailgate. Shea Norman and Tyler Aki. Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning and welcome on in live from Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park. It's Chicago's College Tailgate. Getting ready for a full Week 12 slate of action here. Tyler Aki and Shea Norling with you every single Saturday talking some college football. And Shea, I can't believe it. It is Week 12 already. Only a handful of these left this season. And we've kind of talked about this a little bit over the course of the year. But as much as this season has flown by, I'm ready to get to the playoff. But me too. This week and some of the games that we have this week are what's kind of reeling me back in and being like, not so fast. I'm kind of not ready for this regular season to end quite yet. 312-332-3776 if you want to talk college football with us. But, yeah, we've got some big games today. We've got Georgia and Texas. We've got Oklahoma and Bama. And those they're like quasi-playoff games for two of the teams. Texas needs this game. Oklahoma needs this game. And if they don't get these games this weekend, then they can kind of kiss their seasons goodbye.
They're probably out of the playoff, both with a loss. It's a self-written storyline. The SEC paid money to bring these two brands into their conference, and now in one weekend you have their two new brands facing off against the two schools that have dominated the league for the better part of the last 2 decades in Alabama and Georgia. So the storyline writes itself that it's like Texas and Oklahoma trying to make it happen as the new guys in the SEC. My issue is, feels like all the big games this season have happened in the SEC.
Yeah.
And every week you're like, oh, this is a great weekend of games. And then you look at it and it's like, well, it's really just 2 good games in the SEC. And the rest of the slate is kind of Like last week, Iowa-Oregon ended up being good, and it did have, like, Iowa wins that game. Suddenly they have a little bit of a playoff hope. Oregon loses that game. Their pathway gets a little more difficult. Obviously, Oregon won. But none of those games have had the drama surrounding them of like a Tennessee-Oklahoma.
Right.
Or Georgia-Texas today, which feels like maybe the game of the year. I think in part because of the firings and in part because so many teams were disappointing.
Yeah.
Clemson being such a disappointment. Penn State being a huge disappointment. LSU being a huge disappointment. We've lost more great games than we've gained.
For sure. I think last week we got BYU and Texas Tech, and that to me is probably the only game that sticks out as that is a big-time game outside of the SEC that had big-time stakes. But then you saw the game play out, and it was pure domination by Texas Tech.
Yep.
For 60 minutes there. They went out and destroyed BYU. And frankly, I don't even think that the scoreboard did it justice to kind of the disparity in that game. But, no, you're right. Like, this has kind of been an SEC season. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. Because, like, it's not like we can point, down the road, there's this good Big Ten game that's kind of creeping up.
There aren't any.
I mean, we lost a lot of the stakes with what Penn State was this year and how they fell off and kind of turned this season for the worse. Same with Clemson. Like, last night should have been a big game, Clemson and Louisville. And now Clemson went out and won the game and kind of not made it a big game, but effectively took Louisville out.
Oh, what Clemson might have done is driven a death nail through their own conference. Like the ACC now is we were just discussing this off the air because I heard it last night, and I'm like, how could this even be possible? The ACC now can be a zero-bid league. They could get 0 playoff teams in because Duke, believe it or not, is in pole position now to win the ACC. One problem, Duke went 1-3 in non-conference play with losses at Tulane and UConn. Why they played those games, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But that then drives like Duke at 9-3 winning the ACC might not have a number next to their name. And even if they don't, it will still come down to the highest ranked or most votes received conference champions. We could see like the American and Mountain West champion getting into the playoff.
If that's the
ACC
case,
sitting at home.
Boy, Jim Phillips, that's a tough place to live if you're Jim Phillips, the commissioner of the ACC. And if that happens this year, it will be one of the more shocking outcomes that you could have laid out at the beginning of the season. Like, first of all, I don't think anyone really even realized this could have been a thing until, like, this week when you brought it up. And if it does happen, then all of a sudden you're talking about just flipping this season on its head. Because now you got not one but two just automatic, like, cannon fodder at that point teams in your 12-team playoff.
Well, and look, like, I could harp on this all over again, but it's I always thought expansion was kind of and this year you're really seeing why. Now, there will be years where, like last year, the product that we got was outstanding. Granted, there were blowouts at the start of it, but overall I thought the product was really good. Then there's going to be years like this year where we're going to look up at the end of it and go, oh, Memphis and San Diego State are in the playoff because Clemson was terrible? Like, it just – and I don't know. Maybe this is for the best and you give these teams opportunity. I never believed that they could actually win a national title. And I'm kind of at the point this season where – look, we're in a Penn State bar. They're playing Michigan State today. Obviously, I'm a Michigan State fan. Both these schools stink. The teams are just awful. It's not news to anybody. We're both 3-6. Nobody wants to watch this game. Poor Brad Nessler. I don't know what they're doing putting this on CBS and making Brad Nessler travel to East Lansing when Iowa USC is being played at the same time in Los Angeles.
Top 25 game.
Go figure. Mm-hmm. The broadcasters won't even want to watch the game. But that's like – this is the lens that I'm watching this season through is all these schools that should have been good aren't. And now we've lost games that should have been good. And, yeah, we get the Georgia-Texas out of it. But I'm ready to kind of get to games of consequence. And that will happen conference title weekend and the playoff.
Mm-hmm. There are some this week. We mentioned, like, Georgia-Texas is a game of consequence. Oklahoma-Alabama is a game of consequence. But, yeah, you're right. Like, and I don't necessarily know how to fix it because, to be honest, there's a handful of culprits, and it is the Clemsons of the world, the Penn States of the world, the LSUs of the world. They could have made this season great if those three teams were great. I don't even need, like, a Florida to be great. I just need one of LSU or Florida to be great. But instead, all four have been really underperforming. They're not going to make the playoff, three of which have fired their head coach. So you're at a point now where it's just like, at what point the concept of expansion, I think, is still good, but then you get the situation where it plays out. Like, on paper, this year should have been great.
Yeah.
But then it played out, like, when you played the games, and Cade Klubnik wasn't what you thought he was going to be, although he's played better lately. Garrett Nussmeier hasn't been what you would have thought he would be. DJ Lagway hasn't lived up to the expectations. Like, all of these guys have just kind of let the season down, really.
Yeah, and I wonder if like next year we're going to see a bounce back a little bit because so many of these quarterbacks who are supposed to be NFL draft caliber aren't going to be, like Lagway. You think about a guy like Nussmeier, Cade Klubnik. These were projected first-round picks that are probably now just staying in college altogether. You could throw Arch Manning into the ring there.
Yeah.
And then it's the names you maybe didn't expect as much, like Fernando Mendoza, that'll leave, Dante Moore, Ty Simpson. And the rest of these guys will stick around, whether they'll stay at the college that they're at or not. Maybe they'll hit the portal. But I do wonder now you'll get like super senior quarterbacks with pedigree next year. You'll have coaches in new destinations. If next year we're going to get an incredible season because we paid the price for what it will be this year. I do wonder that a little bit. And I hope that's true.
I hope it's true. It's just at what point we have to see these quarterbacks go out and deliver it, because, or is this just going to be another like Carson Beck situation where you look good for like 10 games and then you look terrible down the stretch of your last season. You hit the portal. There's some expectations for you. You're a highly sought-after transfer quarterback. You get a $4 million bag, and then you go to a school, and it looks good out of the gate, and people are going, oh, maybe we should have seen this coming. Carson Beck's just played a hell of a lot of football.
He's terrible.
But now you get to what we're in week 12, and it's just like, you can leave them. You can have them.
I'd ask, do college quarterbacks just suck now?
Name the college quarterbacks that are really putting on a show this year. The list is Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
I think Dante Moore has had himself a pretty good season. Julian Sainz had himself a nice season.
Had a very nice season.
Ty Simpson's had himself a nice season. But outside of that,
it's like Gunnar Stockton has had flashes.
He's been up and down.
It was really only against Tennessee that it looked great. The rest of the season, it's been very up and down. Ty Simpson, I think, looks like NFL caliber. But the rest of these guys, none of them jump off the screen when I watch them.
No.
Like, we haven't had some really elite quarterback talent in college since that draft class. Michael Penix and Caleb Williams and Drake May, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
That was it. And since then, we haven't had any of those guys. And this year was supposed to be Klubnik and Nuss, and both of them stunk.
Yeah, it feels like nowadays we get a handful where it's like last year Cam Ward was really good. His team kind of gagged it down the stretch, but Cam Ward had himself a fantastic season. But outside of that, like, who was your quarterback that really stepped up and was like, yep, that guy's a bona fide first-rounder? Like, think about who a lot of people thought was going to be the second quarterback taken in that draft.
Yeah.
Shedeur Sanders.
Yep.
And he falls all the way to what, the fifth round? Jackson Dart ended up being the only other first-round quarterback. Like, it has been it's been tough to find these quarterbacks now. And part of that, to me, kind of screams the portal and the bouncing around of all of these quarterbacks and the expectation of when I step on campus, I am the starter, which is kind of why I applaud someone like Dante Moore, who started at UCLA, highly touted guy. They fire the coach. Things go south there. He transfers. You'd think he would go to a place that's like he could have walk onto campus day one and he'd be the starter, right?
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden he walks onto campus and, hey, Dylan Gabriel's here. And Dylan Gabriel's got to finish out his career. He instead takes a season to sit behind Dylan Gabriel, learn, and I think it's probably going to be one of the best things that happens to him. It could be what makes him the number one overall pick in the draft.
Yep.
When it's all said and done. And I think that experience certainly helped him, because you think about, when did we ever see true freshman quarterbacks start?
Oh,
it
never,
was rare.
Never.
Like, you had Johnny Manziel, but like that was, you didn't have a lot of those. Those were white whales.
Jameis Winston, I think, was right. Mm-hmm. Was Lamar a true freshman starter?
Lamar started as a sophomore, I believe.
But other than that, there weren't many. And now you look around and it's everywhere. I mean, Nico at Tennessee last year. And speaking of what the disaster of the portal can be, Nico's out today for UCLA against Ohio State. It's been a very down season. Like, you can't. I know there have been flashes of UCLA winning games. This season has been an utter disappointment for Nico, especially given the context of being so highly paid at Tennessee, being so highly touted, and then going to UCLA to make less money. That's like the other side of the sword here is there are kids who get screwed by this.
Yeah.
But all of it just – I don't know, man. I've found this to be an incredibly underwhelming season of college football. Despite the stories, there's good stuff like you brought up with Dante Moore. I think the Alabama story, losing to Florida State at the start of the season and then becoming what they've become, culminating in this spot against Oklahoma.
I will say it has been fun to watch some of these knife-edge teams where you're talking about like an Alabama, a Notre Dame, where it's like one more loss and then we have to really ask some questions about what your standing is within the playoff. And maybe one of them finds their way in. It could happen, but I wouldn't bank on it if one of them loses a game.
I have a problem with Notre Dame, too, by the way.
What's your problem with
They
Notre Dame?
shouldn't be top 12. They shouldn't be in the playoff already. There's no reason for them being in the playoff other than the fact that they are Notre Dame.
So who do you think should be above them right now?
Well, let's take a look.
Like, I'm just thinking through. I think about all of these different teams that that have kind of fallen out, like the weird losses in the ACC every single week.
Honest to God, I'd have no problem putting either Utah or Vanderbilt in front of them. I wouldn't. I mean, think about Notre Dame's schedule. They've played two good teams all year. They lost both those games, Miami and Texas A&M. And the biggest problem I have with the rankings right now, how in the hell is Miami 6 spots behind Notre Dame and out of the playoff? They beat Notre Dame on a field. And then somebody will tell me, yeah, but it happened week 1, dude. Oh, I don't care. What do you mean? So we should schedule the games in week 8? Should we not play until November?
I think it comes down to who the other loss was. You lost to SMU. Like, think about what Notre Dame's losses are right now.
Right, and I would get that, but they have the same record.
They do, but you look at because there is a gap between them in terms of like where Notre Dame's checking in at 9 right now. All right, if you want to put Texas ahead of them, I would understand that. If you wanted to even put like Oklahoma ahead of them, I would understand that. I can't get there with Utah. Like, Utah's losses are not nearly as high of quality as Notre Dame's losses. Even BYU, I probably wouldn't go there either. Vandy's like, all of Vandy's games have not aged well either. Like, who's the big marquee win Vanderbilt's had?
Who's the big marquee win for you, Notre Dame? This has always been my problem with this sport now too, and I thought it would go away with expansion, and it hasn't. You get rewarded more for losing big games than you do for just winning games. Like, the idea that Notre Dame is getting rewarded because they have better losses than Miami, when one of those losses is to Miami, is insane to me.
But can you put a resume together that has Miami ahead of Vanderbilt, ahead of – like, this is the trick box that you're in every single week
but I can
as a playoff committee.
I never argued that Miami should be higher. I'm arguing that Notre Dame should be lower. That's the argument.
But I don't think you can do both of those things.
Why not?
I feel like if you're going to put Miami,
if we're going to sit here and say that
Dame,
Miami sucks because they lost to these bad teams, then if we're using transitive property, we should also be saying Notre Dame sucks because they lost to Miami, who lost all these bad teams.
Now, in fairness,
it was week 1.
That was a road game, too, in week 1. Like again, this is what makes the playoff rankings hilarious and great and stupid all at once. So 312-332-3776. If you want to join us here, we'll take some of your phone calls. When we come back, we're live at Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park. Come on out. Say hello. Come have a Yingling, a flight by Yingling. We'll be drinking flights by Yingling later on today. And also we have our first big sort of news in the upcoming coaching cycle as well. It's going to be the greatest coaching cycle we'll probably see that we've seen in our lifetimes and we'll probably see for the next 15, 20 years. We'll tell you what that first domino is coming up next. It's Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Cap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Go see my friends at one of their 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 5 years or no payments till next year. Now's the time to save thousands. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
This holiday season, don't let aches and injuries keep you on the bench. Illinois Bone and Joint Institute helps you move better so you can live better. From state-of-the-art imaging to convenient rehab locations, and with 14 Ortho Access immediate care facilities, you can get same-day orthopedic treatment close to home. Score the care you deserve. Visit ibji.com for locations and services. And keep moving this season.
The Chicago Wolves have a huge weekend of hockey ahead with 2 games against the Cleveland Monsters tonight and tomorrow afternoon.
Suzuki to Fensori. He scores! Dom Fensori has done it again!
You've got to see this live.
We're lacing up the skates, taping the sticks, and getting ready for some lamplighters and bone-crushing hits.
The next Chicago Wolves games are tonight and tomorrow afternoon at Allstate Arena. Get your tickets today.
When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces, you name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know you can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
This is Chicago's College Tailgate, live from Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park. Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling made it out. How about you? Come on by for the live broadcast and some Flight by Yingling. This is Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago.
Live at Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park, Chicago's College Tailgate. Getting you ready for game day here, 9 to 11 a.m. every single day, every single Saturday, with you on ESPN Chicago. And we'll get to some of the coaching stuff in just a second. Let's take a couple phone calls here. Rob's in Sugar Land, Texas. Morning, Rob.
And to piggyback off that coach's discussion, so do you think that any of your other coaches that you selected might be in line to get fired before the season's over? You already dropped 3.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Are you talking smack about our preseason draft again? Do we have
I'm
three
just talking
fired
about
coaches?
The coaches that you,
Do we
I'm
really?
talking about
Let's
the coaches
see.
Well,
you
we had
got
Brian
fired,
Kelly.
right?
We had Brian Kelly. We had James Franklin. Who was the third?
Florida coach.
Billy Napier.
Yeah.
Jesus, Aki, what was wrong with us?
And frankly, you
So
know what?
Dabo-
Like, Dabo, yeah, you're
Dabo
right.
might be
you're
worried.
right, Rob.
But you know what? We are also hanging on to Alabama. So I'm okay. I'm comfortable because I think if you made me pick a champion today, Alabama's the team I would pick. I'm okay. All we need is the winner.
Okay. And were you dissing on Notre Dame, Shea?
I'm not dissing on Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame's really good. And, Rob, frankly, I think you're going to kill Pitt today. I don't think this is even going to be remotely competitive. But I do. I get bothered by the ranking. Go ahead.
Yeah. Are you willing to throw C.J. Carr in your quarterback discussion? 9 games into his career, I think he looks
Carr's
pretty
good.
decent.
He's played really well this year.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, he's played. Now, granted, he's behind a really nice offensive line. He works with one of the best running games in the country with the backs that he has. So his life's a little easier than a lot of guys. But he's played very well. Rob, my whole beef with Notre Dame, it's not actually about ND. I think they're good. It's more they benefit from the same ACC schedule any ACC champion would benefit from ultimately. They play like half of the league. They lost head-to-head against Miami, and yet they're ranked so far ahead of Miami. That's the part I have an issue with. Because if you're telling me that Miami's no good, that we're knocking them down all these pegs because they've lost these horrible games, how can you tell me in the same breath that the team that lost to them is that much better? Like, it just, at a certain point, the way we rank these, I start to wonder, should we just start the season in November? It hurts you to play quality games in September. And what I would say to every Power 4 school in the country is refuse to schedule Notre Dame because playing them will not help you.
Yeah, and that might be true, but I think the committee looks at how well a team has progressed throughout the season. And I think that factors in, if you were playing great in August and September and you're going downhill in November, I think that's a big factor that the committee takes into consideration, just like they do injuries.
For sure. Thanks for the call, Rob. Appreciate it. 312-332-3776 if you want to join us here. FedEx Harold's in Skokie. What's going on, Harold?
What's up, boys? By the way, Shea, congrats on the win last Saturday with Michigan State and Arkansas. I know that was a pretty good game. I agree with you, Shea. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I don't like this committee. To be honest with you, I hate the rankings. I don't believe Notre Dame should be up there, or even Texas, to be honest with you. I don't even like Texas being in the top 10, to be honest with you. But again, I'm just calling it to share my thoughts too. Like I said, you got Vandy, who's been playing amazing this season. A couple losses, don't get me wrong, but like I said, I feel like Vandy should be up more ahead of Notre Dame, especially a school who's only 7-2. But I wouldn't be surprised too if we see a 9-3 team in the playoffs, and that could be Duke. So who knows, man? But like I said, love hearing you guys. Love the show. And again, thanks for letting me speak out, man.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Harold. I mean,
I can't do it. If you want to put Vandy ahead of Notre Dame, that's fine. You can't put them ahead of Texas because they lost to Texas.
Yeah.
I can't do that. But it's the same thing. Head-to-head at some point has to matter. It matters to me. I wish it mattered more to the committee. And I do think, if you asked me today if you put Notre Dame and Miami on a field, I would pick Notre Dame. I picked Notre Dame in week 1 when they played each other. If I had to do it again today, I would pick Notre Dame. But I think that what we believe would happen if the two teams played today should not trump what actually happened on a football field. That's what's always bothered me with the rankings. We have an actual example of football where one team lost to the other, and then we get to the end and we start talking about hypothetical wins in the SEC and Vegas point spreads, who would be favored if these two teams played today. Well, you can't put that team in because they'd be a dog, and all this hypothetical stuff.
That's the Lane Kiffin playoff rankings for you right there.
Exactly, and that's the stuff I hated last year when Lane is Lane did one of the worst things I've ever seen any coach do in the history of the playoff. He rooted for his rivals. I've never seen it before. But to support the hypothetical SEC-ness of all of that conversation, Lane's rooting for Tennessee, and Lane's trying to get Bama in and calling it a sham. I'm like, dude, at some point, can we acknowledge what happened in the games and on the field has to matter more than whatever we believe would happen today?
No, I get that portion of it. It's just, but I do think kind of what Harold, or maybe it was Rob that was saying, is you have to look at what's happened and how you've been trending. And clearly you've got one team trending up in Notre Dame, one team that's lived back against the wall in Notre Dame. You've got another team in Miami who's been trending down. They've lost 2 games since then. Notre Dame has lost, I guess they've technically lost 1 game since then, since it was week 1. But it was to the team that's number 3 in the country and, frankly, probably has the best resume in the entire country, too, in Texas A&M. So the coaching nugget, as we start to preview the coaching carousel of what's to come this offseason, because it is going to be a wild one. Virginia Tech, this is from Pete Thamel. Virginia Tech is in talks with James Franklin and clarity coming on a decision in the upcoming days. So we've kind of pinned that, hey, James Franklin and Virginia Tech, that's a match that kind of would make a lot of sense. It's a good landing spot, I think, for Franklin, a place with a lot of tradition. And now it seems like that's coming to fruition. And if this tweet is coming out today, if this news is dropping today, kind of tells me this thing's basically a done deal.
Yep. It doesn't get reported the way that it's being reported unless they're within an eyelash of just putting pen to paper and calling this a done thing. And maybe there's something to do with timing of it. I don't know not the legal side of it, but you get my point. The timing might have to be a certain way. They're still in season. They're still playing games. They might not be able to make an agreement yet. What I would say is I think it's a home run hire for Virginia Tech. And I said it from the start. If James Franklin got fired at Penn State, he was always going to end up at a significant program with history, with tradition, at a place where winning every game except the big one would be a dream for the fans right now. Yep. And Virginia Tech is in that spot. Virginia Tech stood out to me. Michigan State was always kind of one of those options if they have the balls to make a firing. But I think for schools like that, getting James Franklin and getting back on the radar and hopefully generating some interest from donors, that's the goal. I think it's a total home run if Virginia Tech seals this.
I think it's a best-case scenario for them, hiring a guy like James Franklin, because you're right, like, James Franklin's won a lot of games over the course of his collegiate coaching career. He just hasn't beaten Ohio State and Michigan. Who are the Ohio States and Michigan in the ACC?
Clemson might be without Dabo going forward. Like, think about it. We're getting closer to the point of Dabo not being at Clemson than we are the point of Dabo ripping off ACC victories and national championships. Mike Norvell at Florida State's probably getting fired at the end of this season.
Yep.
In all likelihood. There's a rebuild coming. The rest of the ACC, it's dog bleep. Like Miami, they might have all the talent in the world, but they have a coach who will make sure they do as little as possible with it. Louisville, I think there's a cap on what Jeff Brom can really accomplish.
And will Jeff Brom even be there?
Who knows? I mean, it's his alma mater, so I have the feeling he'll stay, but you never know.
That's the thing is, like, if we were to go through who the best coaches are right now in the ACC, let me know if I'm forgetting somebody, but Brent Key and Jeff Brom are probably the two that I would go with in terms of, like, pure coaching.
Yeah.
Game to game, giving you an advantage. I'm not talking about what you can do in recruiting and stuff like that, but game to game, who gives you an advantage? Brent Key and Jeff Brom. Am I missing anyone?
I mean, I would still say, you have to. Dabo's been terrible lately, but there's got to be some level of what he did accomplish. I think you're right, though. That's about it. Like Rhett Lashley, I don't think highly of necessarily. He's a good coach.
He's a good coach,
fine.
but yeah, we're not putting in.
I'm not saying that he's elite. He's giving you a game day advantage every single matchup. Like Brent Key has kind of become that guy. Jeff Brom, back to Purdue, was very good.
Yeah.
Could you argue, like, James Franklin, day one, walks in, and assuming Dabo continues to be what Dabo's been, James Franklin's best coach in this conference?
That's where I wanted to go with this is, like, James Franklin probably elevates himself to being the top coach in the conference. And unless Dabo can get back to being what Dabo had been, but how far removed are we from that at this point? Because even last year when Clemson went to the playoff, I wouldn't say that was some Dabo masterclass to get Clemson into the playoff. No, you were just the best of a bad bunch, frankly, of what the ACC was last year. I would say that James Franklin is the best coach in the ACC if he were to land the Virginia Tech job.
I think he's going to get the Virginia Tech job, it always made sense from the moment. But I do wonder what this signals with the other schools in the ACC, like if any of those jobs won't open. Because would Franklin have sat around and waited? Like, if the potential of Florida State opening, here would be my question, though, because we talked about Mike Norvell getting fired at Florida State. Is James Franklin a big enough hire for Florida State?
Well, I was just back channel wise, this stuff's all done, or it's like there's at least the paths of this is what's happening here, and maybe the biggest domino everyone's waiting to fall is Lane. What's going to happen with Lane Kiffin? Because that, to me, kind of seems like the big enigma going into this entire offseason coaching carousel.
I think the interesting part of it, though, for me is and again, this goes back to why Virginia Tech stood out as a perfect fit for James Franklin. James Franklin might want to wait on a job like Florida State opening, or a job like if Ole Miss were to open, he might want to wait on a job like that should Lane take a job. I don't know that those schools want James Franklin. Well, I think that he needed to find a place where there aren't so much expectation that you will become a meme.
I wonder, too, has he already been told no by Florida State?
He may
has
have
he
been,
already been told no by a Florida? Has he been told no by all of these schools? And that's why, all right, this is the best job that's available for us right now. 312-332-3776. Speaking of ACC coaches, Pat Narduzzi.
Yeah.
We have to discuss the comments he made about a non-conference game with Notre Dame and what the stakes are this week. You won't believe it when we come back.
Shea and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
What was that?
It was just me, or I got such a bargain. Poorly constructed sofa falling apart.
I just bought you.
Yeah, well, I did just turn 3, I mean, at 67 in sofa years. I am so ready to retire and move to Miami.
I knew I should have listened to my mother and bought that other sofa from Steinhafels. It was so strong and comfy.
Tired of furniture that doesn't hold up to its end of the bargain? Steinhafels has quality furniture for every style and budget. Relax, it's Steinhafels.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Are you ready to unleash the beast?
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Smell that? No? Oh, my friend, you are missing out. You should get here right now. We're live from Smoke Daddy on Division in Wicker Park. The flight by Yuengling is flowing, and Shea and Tyler are rolling. It's Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate with you live from Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park. Come on out, hang out. We're drinking some Flight by Yuengling, having a good time getting you ready for the college football day. Lots of Michigan fans around today as they take on Northwestern at Wrigley Field. Yeah, I mean, it's just your personal hell.
It is. It's
but no,
terrible.
the maize and blue has been all over. I saw when I was walking into work yesterday just a ton of people who you could tell like flew in for the game too, just wandering around the city in their Michigan gear. But yeah, so they'll be taking on Northwestern a little bit later today up at Wrigley Field. So that should be. I always enjoy seeing the Wrigley aesthetic for anything besides baseball too. Mm-hmm. Like whether it's concert, hockey game, football game. There's always like a little charm in just having like Wrigley alive for an event.
Yeah.
Is always great to me. But yeah, no, it's good to have football back at Wrigley, and I believe they play again. Northwestern plays, I want to say Iowa, or maybe I have this mistaken, but they have another game at Wrigley later on this year. So this will be one of, or maybe it's Minnesota. It might be Minnesota. But there is another Wrigley game for Northwestern as they continue to wait out their new stadium, which we continue to get updates, and it seems like it's getting closer and closer. So
yeah, it's Northwestern, Minnesota, and it's next weekend.
Yeah, next weekend. So, yeah, you can get on out and see the Cats at Wrigley Field. Boy, at least Michigan fans are going to fill the place this week because next week
against Minnesota, I can't imagine that's going to be a highly attended game.
All right, Jack was looking at the ticket prices in the break.
Jack, can we get a ticket price for next week?
Yeah, we need a ticket comparison.
The get-in this week is, what would you say? It was like about $160 for standing room, right?
For standing room, $160. If you want to sit, it's going to run you like $240.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about next week? What are we looking at for next week?
Northwestern
and Minnesota. They have to pay you to go to this game.
Oh, boy. 200 level, we got $65.
There you go. You can get in for a good price there.
That's not bad.
Yeah, $65 to go to Wrigley for a college football game, not bad at all.
That's what happens when Michigan isn't involved.
You get Minnesota.
That's grotesque. You would have to pay me to go to that game. I would never watch that.
All right.
No offense to Northwestern. Offense to Minnesota. I would never watch that.
All right. This made some news this week. It was making the rounds. Pat Narduzzi, head coach of Pitt, they take on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish today. And Pitt's a good story this year. Pitt's been a good team. The offense is humming right now. They look like a viable contender to find their way into the playoff as the ACC representative. And Pat Narduzzi was asked about the importance of this upcoming game against Notre Dame because it's not a conference game. It is not an ACC game. What happens today, frankly, has zero bearings on whether or not Pitt gets into the playoff. And Pat Narduzzi was asked about that earlier this week.
Do you feel like this is a must-win for this team when it comes to something?
Absolutely not. It is not an ACC game. I'm glad you brought that up. It is not an ACC game. I gladly get beat 103 or 110 to 10 in that game. They can put 100 up on us as long as we win the next two after that. But again, our focus is on Notre Dame and getting as many wins as we can.
So he flat out tells you this game does not matter. By the way, I love the football guy math he does there. He says they can put up 103 and then he adds 7.
Yep.
Or 110. Just a little bit of football guy math for you.
That's
right
good work.
there. But no, I listen, I get the optics of the comments aren't great. It's basically telling your fan base and selling to your fan base, especially a week where game day's at your campus.
Yep.
It's a big-time matchup. You want to try to fill the place with your fans because you know Notre Dame's going to travel from wherever they may be coming from. But at the end of the day, he is right. It does not matter how many points Pitt loses by today. They can lose by 1. They can win by 50. They can lose by 110, like Pat Narduzzi told you. It doesn't matter. All they have to do is take care of their ACC opponents, and then they'll find themselves in the playoff.
Yeah, I don't think he's wrong for – he might be wrong for saying it.
He's not wrong in what he's saying. But is he wrong for saying it? Yeah, probably.
I don't think he's wrong in feeling it because he's right.
No, I don't think so either.
And, if I were a fan of Pitt, I would feel the same way. We probably are going to get our doors blown off by Notre Dame today. The important thing is that we win out in the league because that's our pathway to the playoff. So I get it from the perspective of the Nardog feeling that way, and I think it's crazy that you come out and actually just say openly, no, this isn't a must. He's like, again, the question framing sucks. Is it a must-win game? It literally isn't. But
maybe one of the most can-lose games on your schedule.
It's the
it's
ultimate.
Like one of 4 can-lose games.
It's the ultimate can-lose today. But I would never come out and say it. If I were Narduzzi, I think it's easy to just go, we want to win every game we play, and we're moving on. That's it. My issue with the answer is more the fact this goes back to, dude, I just don't like where the sport is right now. This game should have consequence. This game should feel like a playoff game for Pitt. The fact that it doesn't, that does bother me.
But even in the old format where it's 4 or where it was just 2, Pitt's not getting in. Pitt's season is already over. Pitt's season's been over for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Pitt's season was over before it even started.
And I appreciated that. We've had this debate many times because I always appreciated that a regular season loss would end your year, that it was the monumental importance of the regular season games. The idea that now not only are 2 losses not ending Pitt's season, but a third one also won't end Pitt's season. And it's like, where have we gone? Where honestly, Pitt loses today and then wins the ACC, I pray that they end up ranked below 2 Group of 5 teams so that we can get a 0-bid ACC.
Are you rooting for a 0-bid ACC?
Yes, at this point, yes, because it will make this game meaningful, rather. Like Notre Dame winning this game and the result being that the ACC doesn't get a team in the playoff. One, the ACC is garbage. I don't want to see any of these teams in the playoff. Two, it will mean this game meant something. It would bring me back a little bit to, okay, we still have a meaningful regular season. But the idea that Narduzzi can sit up there and go, yeah, we don't need it because we're going to win. We got to win the league. That's our pathway. And he's right. That does bug me.
Well, we know what the problem is here, though, right? Notre Dame is the culprit here. Notre Dame not being in a conference is a big reason why this is a problem. If Notre Dame was in the ACC, then all of a sudden this game has meaning. This game actually has something to play for. Pat Narduzzi can't stand at a podium and say what he just said. He can't tell you this game is losable. He can't tell you that this game doesn't mean anything for their path to the playoff because it wouldn't be true. And that's not something that has stemmed from conference expansion or playoff expansion per se. It stemmed from Notre Dame being the way that they are.
Yeah.
And it's the way that they'll always be, frankly. I don't see them joining a conference anytime soon. And I feel like what we've learned so far from the expanded playoff is Notre Dame probably not going to join a conference as a result of it.
Depends what the TV money ends up looking like because they've lost some of the exclusivity on the NBC side.
But remember what happens with their playoff shares.
They get all of it.
They get all of the money. Whenever Notre Dame makes the playoff, they get the entirety of their playoff share.
That's a good point.
As opposed to all these other teams have to split it evenly with the conference.
They just make their pathway so much more difficult than it needs to be. Although now, with the way that they changed the rules so that the automatic qualifiers don't guarantee your seeding in the top four, is Notre Dame, like if Notre Dame finishes the year as the number one ranked team, they'll just be the one seed?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, then there is absolutely zero motivation ever to join a conference for Notre Dame.
Yep.
Ever.
None at
because
all.
Also you have the ultimate benefit if you can lose 2 games to start your year and still end up ahead of teams even that beat you. Like it just the committee continues to tell Notre Dame, whatever you want to do, you're good. We'll take care of you. So they're fine. They don't need to join a conference. And I get that does make this game meaningless for the Pitt side, but it'll always bug me that we've diluted the regular season, and we have. We genuinely have. And I don't know how you fix it. Like, there are people who have suggested you take away the conference title games. That would make the regular season more meaningful. There are people who have suggested some other stuff. I just think cat's out of the bag now, and no matter what you do, the regular season will be diluted from where it was during the 14 playoff and the BCS, certainly.
Yep.
Whether those were good systems or not, I don't think the system we have now is good. So we got to get to something that works at some point.
312-332-3776, how you feel about Pat Narduzzi's comments, saying the Notre Dame game doesn't mean anything for him. And they're a top 20 ranked team right now. They've got a big game coming up against Notre Dame, but for Pitt and in terms of what they want to do and getting to the playoff doesn't really mean anything. 312-332-3776. And also, the biggest field goal of the season was kicked on the campus of UMass.
So good.
We'll discuss when we come back at Chicago's College Tailgate, live from Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park, presented by Yingling.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate, tomorrow morning at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate, tomorrow morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
Gary Owen. I always took a lot of personal pride in keeping all my personal business off the internet. You know, and we all got those people, they want to put all their business out there every day on Facebook and Instagram. And they always start their posts out like this. Now, y'all know I don't like putting my personal business out there. I go, no, you put all your business out there. That's why I follow you. Gary Owen. I go to your page and feel better about my life, right?
Saturday, November 29th, the venue at Horseshoe Casino. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Play smart. Must be 21 or older to gamble or attend events.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Within the cities we call home, Busey Bank is more than a name. It's a commitment to your dreams. With Busey, trusted guidance is tailored to empower you every step of the way. Whether it's seamlessly managing your finances or planning for your future, Busey is dedicated to your financial success. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Live from Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park, Flight by Yingling welcomes you to a live broadcast of Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Chicago's College Tailgate live from Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Find us ESPN Chicago, and our video streaming, even on the road, is brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado, J.D. Power's most dependable large light-duty pickup. Right now, during Chevy Red Tag, get 0% APR financing on a 26 Chevy Silverado 1500 pickup. Visit ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, the official truck of the Chicago Bears. So this took place earlier in the week. I love that we get... It's not just Maction anymore in the middle of the week. We get Conference USA. Conference USA,
Yep.
sneaky, I feel like, has dethroned the Maction.
CUSA.
But there was some Maction wackiness earlier in the week. If you missed it, this was on Tuesday. Or this was Wednesday, rather. Northern Illinois facing UMass. And, boy, UMass is just one of these programs perennially ranked like 130th. Yep. Out of 133 teams, and sometimes like 133rd out of 133. They are perennially one of the worst teams. And it's also sad to say that if you had YouTube TV, too, you missed this.
Yep.
YouTube TV, by the way, back with ESPN, right in time for all of these big games this week. We can maybe dive into that a little bit more in a second. But UMass was down 45 points
to Northern Illinois.
To Northern Illinois,
way,
of all teams,
who does not score points.
Northern Illinois, and this game was on. This was a road game as well.
In Amherst.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And there was a field goal that was kicked late in the game to cut it from a 45-point game to a 42-point game, and fire the cannons, off go the fireworks.
Dude, UMass launched like it was the Rockets' red glare. Just. I'm not talking about a little fireworks show. Mm-hmm. It was like 4th of July fireworks show on the Chicago River. It was like Navy Pier coming out of the end zone in this tiny little stadium that UMass has, by the way. Didn't they used to play their games at Gillette? When did they start playing at this little ramshackle, like high school-looking field? Then they're
what they deserve, frankly.
Of course. They're shooting fireworks out of the end zone on a field goal that cut the lead to 42.
And it wasn't even a touchdown either.
The best part is the camera pans to the Jumbotron, and the Jumbotron's got the 20 fans left in the building, shirtless, twirling their shirts in the air, going nuts because finally UMass isn't getting shut out. They 45-42, and they launched fireworks. I couldn't believe it.
Tarps off and pyrotechnics.
It was so funny. And I just hope that the situation was like the firework operator was like, I just want to hit the button. I set all these up. I just want to press the button.
Do you think it's like they have a quota of we need to fire off X number, and we don't know if we're going to have a chance? So, you know what? Bombs away.
He's like, fellas, I can't wait till next week. We might not score again. What do you want me to do?
I wonder if it was like one of the last home games for them, too. Because, we're at that point now. It's week 12. Some of these teams have, 1 or 2 games left on their schedules. It's like we got to get rid of the inventory because these things will be expired by the time we get to next year.
It's such a great video. If you haven't seen it, you should go look for it. It's one of those things that will only happen in college sports, and normally I think I'd be like, oh, you're celebrating cutting the lead to 42. It's like the Chris Paul
Chris Paul,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, Chris Paul hits a 3, and now the Suns
cut the lead
trail
to 47.
by 40. Normally I'd be getting on the team, but I actually just loved the video. I thought it was awesome. And look, the stands are empty. There's 17 people there, but you got 20 kids shirtless twirling their shirts in the air because of the field goal. I thought it was great. You could only ever get that in college.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's just guys in the end zone, dudes rock, twirling the shirts, and boom, go the fireworks. It was great. And it's frankly what college sports are, especially on a Wednesday night Maction game, middle of the week. How many eyeballs are truly on this game?
None.
And it'll probably be the most viral moment of the week in college football.
A terrible NIU team was up 45-0. 0 people are watching.
On the road.
Yeah, and like you said, there isn't a more viral video in college football right now than the UMass video. Maybe the Narduzzi comments. Those are the 2 things.
Yeah.
We got the Nardog saying this game doesn't matter, and UMass putting on a fireworks display to cut the lead to 42. Those are the 2 most viral things in college football this week.
Yep. And I don't know if that's going to be topped, honestly.
Well, we'll just have to find out.
It is college football. That is true. It's college football.
Like Hoodie always says, we look at this slate in college, and you find, okay, there's 3-4 marquee games, right? You've got Notre Dame Pitt, you've got Oklahoma, Bama, and you've got Georgia, Texas. Somehow, the game that we're all paying the most attention to today will be none of those 3 games. It's like last week when you had some marquee matchups, and the game that ended up the biggest was Penn State, Indiana.
Yeah. Which, by the way, we haven't really talked about that game at all. We did on the Pick a Side podcast. You can find that wherever you get your podcasts, on the ESPN Chicago app, also on YouTube, youtube.com/@PickASideESPN. What a finish.
Yeah, it was outstanding.
That right now is probably game of the year in the sport.
I think so. And, it speaks to what a year it's been, but it also speaks to –
It was also a hell of a game. I think.
Yeah, it was stellar.
You could have placed that game in almost any season, and it would have been one of the 3-5 best games of the year.
Did you like the Gus Johnson call?
No, it was terrible.
Thank God. Oh, my God. I'm finally talking to a rational human being. I can't believe the number of people who think that's good. It's terrible.
You can't hear him.
He's terrible.
Inaudible. I don't know how anybody can justify that as being a good call.
It's the same thing he did Michigan State, Michigan 2021, the Kenneth Walker game. He scored 4 touchdowns. He beat Michigan. Both teams were undefeated. And I had to listen at the end of the game to Gus Johnson. He's good to New York. Put him in New York. And then he didn't even go to New York. Then it's like this big moment for the season is ruined by this guy screeching over the top of the moment.
Yeah.
Just let the moment happen. Say touchdown and let it breathe.
Trouble! It's out! Touchdown! Wow! Omar Cooper! Unbelievable! Give him the Heisman Trophy now!
It's terrible.
He's got nothing in the tank.
It's terrible.
He's got nothing in the tank.
The one good thing that he did, and it's more about what he didn't do, thank you for not giving Omar Cooper some ridiculous off-the-cuff nickname like you would typically do in a Penn State game, by the way. Trace McSorley. They call him the Wizard. Nobody's ever called him that, ever in his life. Nobody's ever called him
Marv.
that. Now, listen, Maserati Marv caught on, but I think a little ironically.
Yeah.
The Trace McSorley one was stunning. They called him the Wizard.
Who? You?
Yeah, just him.
Party
Just
of one.
Gus.
Oh, man. Yeah, no, that was terrible. It was brutal. All right, when we come back, we will get into all of today's action, including some big ones in the SEC, Georgia, Texas, Bama, Oklahoma. That's coming up in 2 minutes here. We're live at Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park. Here, we're presented by Yingling. We're drinking Flight by Yingling, so come on by, hang out. We're here for another hour.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
What was that?
It was just me or, I got such a bargain. Poorly constructed sofa falling apart.
I just bought you.
Yeah, well, I did just turn 3, I mean, at 67 in sofa years. I am so ready to retire and move to Miami.
I knew I should have listened to my mother and bought that other sofa from Steinhoffel's. It was so strong and comfy.
Tired of furniture that doesn't hold up to its end of the bargain? Steinhoffel's has quality furniture for every style and budget. Relax. It's Steinhoffel's.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Any coach will tell you games are won in the preparation phase. If you're not ready before kickoff, it's too late. The same's true in cybersecurity. That's why companies choose my friends at Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they don't just respond to attacks, they stop them before they begin. For over 35 years, enterprises worldwide have trusted Trend Micro to prepare, protect, and perform. Don't wait for the whistle. Get secure now at trendmicro.com. That's trendmicro.com.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is Chicago's College Tailgate, live from Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park. Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling made it out. How about you? Come on by for the live broadcast and some Flight by Yingling. This is Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate presented by Yingling, live at Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park. We've got some Penn State love in the house, too. Keith Williams, our market manager, just walked in, sporting his Penn State gear. No Michigan State from you today, huh?
No, I'm rooting for Penn State today. Keith, I'm with you. I'm with you. Kick my ass today, please, I beg you. Get my coach fired. It's all I want.
I think you're going to have to wait to the end of the year, and even then you may not get it.
Stop it. Don't even put that into the world. We're getting this guy canned, Aki. If it's the last coach I get fired, it's the only one I want.
There's a chance after the vacated wins from earlier in the week that Jonathan Smith ends his Michigan State tenure with 0 conference
Good
wins.
for him, loser. Nothing fits better. The vacated wins. Can we just for a
It's
moment?
so dumb.
Just for a moment. Because this was, like we talked about, Narduzzi saying the game doesn't matter. The UMass fireworks show as the 2 most viral moments this week. The third biggest moment or at least the third biggest story in college football this week, in my mind, was Michigan State getting penalized for impermissible benefits and the extent of it. Think about this for a moment. The Central Michigan State game. That is a win that Michigan State has to vacate. They won, I think, 37-7. I think was the final score, something like that.
Okay.
Michigan State has to vacate that game. That's the Connor Stallions game. So 3 schools were cheating in that game. 2 of them actively against Michigan State. And Michigan State is the one that has to vacate the win.
Well, the other two teams didn't win. There's nothing to vacate.
But it's the idea neither of them vacate any wins,
Mm-hmm.
Michigan and Central Michigan, for admittedly by the NCAA remarkably more severe crimes. Neither
Yes.
of them vacate any wins. But Michigan State gets impermissible benefits in an era where Georgia's paying high school kids to not change their commitments, and Michigan State's the one that has to vacate the wins.
Yeah. That's the backwards world of college sports that we live in right
Whatever.
now.
Like I care.
It is what
I
it
told
is.
you our win percentage went up. Like I care. Oh, no, I have to vacate 14 meaningless victories from 2022 to 2024. It's just another thing that idiot Mel Tucker did to me. But like I mentioned to you on Pick a Side, Dan Wetzel put this together. A lot of people put this together. Michigan State probably didn't fight the penalties because now they guaranteed will never pay Mel Tucker a dime.
No.
Just go, we fired you for cause, and now you got this penalty on you. Just drop the suit. We're good.
Yep. LSU, I'm sure, is trying to find their way into that, too.
LSU is almost certainly going to manufacture
Penn
some
State, maybe
recruiting
not,
penalties.
because it looks like Adidas picked up the tab.
Yeah, I think they're fine with it.
Yeah, so that is what it is. All right, couple of big games today. I think we start with the 6:30 primetime spot on ABC, which you will be able to watch now on YouTube TV, thanks to Google and Disney coming to an agreement last night. So you were able to get Clemson and Louisville yesterday, which finished as a really good game. You were able to get any sort of college basketball on ESPN last night. You were able to get all of your ESPN programming. You're able to get everything today on the ESPN family of networks. So that includes the 6:30 ABC game between Texas, the number 10 team in the country, against Georgia, number 5 team in the country, and this kind of is a Texas team that is playing for its season every single game. You've already got 2 losses on the ledger at this point, and they need every single game that they can get the rest of the way. And if they end up making it out of the rest of the regular season undefeated, they will have a damn good resume because of the wins that they will have picked up. It will include Georgia. Last week it was Vanderbilt, or 2 weeks ago it was Vanderbilt that they picked a win up over. Next week, or 2 weeks rather, will be Texas A&M, who is currently the number 3 team in the country, and wouldn't shock me if at some point they end up being the number 1 team in the country. But
if they went out.
This is a Texas team right now that has their season in front of them, even though they have 2 losses right now, and they're playing their best football at the best possible time.
Yeah, there's still the offense still has to get right. Like, Arch still not great. He's better.
He's
than
been
he
much
started
better.
the season, but I mean,
he's playable now.
You're clearing a really low bar when you talk about how he started the season against where he is now, that he's improved. Defensively is where they've really made their bread and butter. They've been fantastic. One of the best defenses in the country. The number here is shocking. This was at points 7. It's now 4.5.
Wow.
That Georgia's a favorite at home between the hedges.
That number's really danced around, too, because it started the week at 6, bounced up to 7, like you said. It did a little split in the middle with 6.5 on its way there, and then all of a sudden it's down to 4.5, like you said.
You and I kind of feel the same way about it. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. You think that Texas is live to win. I mostly agree with you. I think the best of the number's gone if you were talking about betting it. But just in the football conversation, Texas is going to be able to smother what Georgia wants to do offensively.
Yeah.
And Gunnar Stockton against top 30 defenses just hasn't passed the test. It's always been a struggle. I think back to them playing against Alabama. What a struggle it was for them to get to 20 points.
Yeah.
Even against Ole Miss, what a struggle it was early in that game. And then, they choked out Ole Miss at the end. But
your defense couldn't do anything in the first 3 quarters.
There's been moments of vintage Georgia. There's been moments of, boy, this doesn't feel right. And today kind of feels to me like one of those spots where it's not going to look quite right. And Texas defense is going to play a big part of that. Their pressure that they can generate, their ability to cover on the back end. I don't think Georgia's got elite weaponry offensively. Defensively, they've shown they can get got a little bit, especially on the ground. I think Texas is live here. The more I've thought about it, the more I've approached it. And it doesn't necessarily kill Georgia. It'll only be their second loss. And we're in a world where, dude, if the ACC does end up a 0-bid league and the Big Ten only gets 2-3 teams in, we could be looking at a 6-team SEC playing field in the playoff, which especially Texas beating Georgia goes a long way towards developing that.
Yeah.
So it's not like we talked about must win, can lose. It is a can lose for Georgia and a must win for Texas.
Yep.
Not that Georgia's out there trying to lose this game, but I think they're live to.
For sure. And I just don't think Georgia can afford to play an uneven game. And all they've done this year is play uneven games.
Yeah.
And this is a Texas team that the way that they're playing right now, with the defense being what it is, with Arch getting better and better each week, the offense has started to see an uptick. Texas is coming off a bye as well.
Yep.
Like this is kind of the prime spot for Texas to work their way back into playoff contention. They've got a chance to pick up 3 really big wins the rest of the way. And then on top of that, you've got an outside chance of finding your way into the college football playoff too, especially if you beat A&M that last week. You can find yourself in the SEC championship, and then all of a sudden, we're talking about Texas in a very different light.
The crazy part, too, is like if they win out the season, they'll have beaten Georgia, they'll play Arkansas at home as a tune-up, and then they'll have beaten Texas A&M, a top 5 team in the country, maybe potentially the number 1 team in the country at that point. If Texas wins out, is it out of the realm of possibility that they could get a bye week? They only have 1 loss in conference.
I don't think it's –
They could find their way to Atlanta with a win over Georgia and a win over A&M. They could find themselves playing Bama in Atlanta. And you win that game, all of a sudden, you're the SEC champion. You might enter the playoff number 2 team in America.
Now, I do want to ask
2 losses.
The flip side of this too. Well, the thing is if Texas finds their way to end the season with 2 losses, then a lot of teams are going to have 2 losses.
Exactly. That's my point.
Head to head, they'll have the leg up. I would be curious of this. If Texas is the SEC runner-up, what happens? Because you will be a 3-loss team, but you will be the most dominant conference's runner-up and will only have a loss in the conference in your conference title game.
That is such a good question. And this speaks to, like I mentioned earlier, where there are people who have had the idea of removing the conference title games entirely, because there are certain instances where it's actually worse to play in them than it would be otherwise. Texas's dream scenario is probably that they finish the season with 2 losses and somehow things conspire. They are not playing in Atlanta. That's probably the best case scenario for them, because then they don't have an additional game that they can lose.
Mm-hmm. But think about what your losses would be as well.
Know, but
your losses would be to Ohio State, who has been pretty much wire-to-wire number 1 team aside from week 1.
Sure.
And your other loss would, in all likelihood, be to Bama.
And Florida.
And Florida, yeah. So Florida's the one, but like a wire-to-wire, Ohio State pretty much being the number 1 team, and then Bama, who would probably, if they win the SEC title, probably has a case to be, like, let's assume, obviously one of Ohio State or Indiana has to lose. If Bama's going to finish the year as the number 2 team in the country.
If I'm being real with myself, a 3-loss Texas is getting into the playoff. Like, I know that. I can accept that. I understand that that's the world I would be living in. I'm never going to like it. Because in my world, 3-loss Texas, I don't care who your losses are to. I need you to win games.
But they
3-loss Texas would be out.
But 3-loss Texas also would have won a lot of really big games.
I understand that, but my argument would be don't lose to Florida. I'm good.
And
you
that's
beat
fair.
Georgia. Don't lose to Florida.
Yeah, no,
like,
that's totally fair.
Like I said in the first hour, the games you lose have to matter to me too. And like it's the same thing I would say to Notre Dame. Don't lose to Miami. Oh, you're better than Miami today. Great. You shouldn't have lost to them in week 1. It's like Texas, if they get to the end, and even in a conference title game, and they've run this gauntlet and qualify to go to Atlanta, but then Bama beats them, and I'm looking at 9-3 Texas, or what would they be, 10-3 Texas, getting into the playoffs. I just have a hard time with it. It's like, yeah, you beat Georgia. Okay, you beat maybe Texas A&M. Now, beating A&M would make it really hard to deny them, because I'm at a point now where if you gave me 4 teams I think can win the national title, it would be Ohio State, Indiana, Bama, and A&M.
Mm-hmm.
So if Texas goes out and wins that, I get it. They'll be in. I don't like the idea of 3-loss teams in the playoffs. I don't.
Even if it is a conference title game.
Yeah, it's just, again, we heard the arguments last year.
It's
that
an
they
extra
should get
game that
rid of
you
them.
earned.
I know, but we heard it last. They should get rid of them because it only hurts you to play in it. It does. There is no benefit to playing in a conference title game.
Yep. A little bit of coaching news here as well. Mike Elko finalizing a new 6-year contract that will make him one of the country's top 5 paid coaches.
It's the nature of the business.
This is from Pete Thamel just now. So I don't think anyone thought Elko was going anywhere, but he certainly earned the extension that he's gotten there because of the way that A&M looks right now, undefeated. For my money, the best resume in the country right now. Ohio State and Indiana may have higher rankings next to their name, but what A&M's done this year is just as impressive.
If I had a vote, I would have A&M 1.
I would too.
They do have the best resume. Ohio State has done really nothing. The Texas win doesn't look as good as it looked when it happened. Mm-hmm. I know Texas is playing better now, but you have to remember what they were the first few weeks. Indiana's got the road win over Oregon. I'd have Indiana ahead of Ohio State, but A&M has the best resume of all of them. A&M would easily be number 1 for me.
Yeah, and they just keep proving it week after week after week. It's incredible. Just when you want to count them out or maybe say, hey, they can get themselves into a little bit of a blunder of a game, and then they go out and just blitz a team.
Yeah, and this is just the nature of the beast is when you have a coach that's any good, you have to pay them so that they don't leave. You don't have to get rumors that Mike Elko is looking at another job to guarantee that he will not.
And A&M is one of the top jobs in the SEC. When you talk about, we've talked about this a lot. If we're going off of resource-based jobs, Bama and Georgia aren't some of the best. LSU really isn't one of the best. The best ones we're talking about are Texas A&M, Vanderbilt, probably Florida. Mm-hmm. If people are going to be serious about using the money within the schools and using alumni donations towards football, these are the teams that are the most important jobs and have the best jobs from a resource standpoint.
Yeah, and a big part of it, too, is that all these contracts that end up getting signed, it's more likely they end up bad than that they're good. Like the Cignetti extension, it's more likely you look at that 6 years from now and go, this is the second one. But it's more likely you look at that a couple years from now and go, that was probably a bad call, than it is you look at it and think, what a great deal we've got here. Like they almost all end up bad.
Yeah, it's either the price of playing poker or it's a bad deal. That's the only way to look at it.
That's the thing. Is like for A&M, the money means nothing. It's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
And the alternative is you may not have your coach at all. It's the same thing when Michigan State paid Mel Tucker and people laughed about it. Well, if you didn't, LSU was going to. When Kansas paid Lance Leipold and people said that's always going to look terrible. And it does now. It's a contract that looks ridiculous. But if they didn't do it, somebody else was going to, and they'd be getting a new coach. Mm-hmm. So it's same thing now with Elko. You're having a great year at A&M. Either you're going to pay him or somebody else is going to.
Yeah. And I don't know really, like A&M's got the money, so it's not a big deal to them. I'm sure the fan base would love to lock him up long term too. It all just kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Frankly, it all makes sense to have this situation that they have right now. That's taking place down in College Station. So, all right, when we come back, we'll dive into Alabama and Oklahoma and also get you through some of the other big games on the slate. We've got some picks. We've got our parlay to put together as well. It's all coming up next. Chicago's College Tailgate live at Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park, presented by Yingling.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance. Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back, we'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
The holidays are here, and so is the best deal of the season. Get Astound Gig Wi-Fi for just $40 a month forever. No, seriously, $40. Your price forever. No hikes, no hidden fees, just super fast Wi-Fi that keeps up with everything you stream, shop, and share this season. And right now, you'll even get a $200 gift card. It's our biggest holiday deal, and it won't last long. Lock in your forever price today at astound.com. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Gary Owen.
I always took a lot of personal pride in keeping all my personal business off the internet. And we all got those people, they want to put all their business out there every day on Facebook and Instagram. And they always start their posts out like this. Now y'all know I don't like putting my personal business out there. I go, no, you put all your business out there. That's why I follow you.
Gary Owen.
I go to your page and feel better about my life, right?
Saturday, November 29th, the venue at Horseshoe Casino. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Play smart. Must be 21 or older to gamble or attend events.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro. Like it never even happened.
Smell that? No? Oh, my friend, you are missing out. You should get here right now. We're live from Smoke Daddy on Division in Wicker Park. The flight by Yingling is flowing, and Shea and Tyler are rolling. It's Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago.
All right, the feast has begun. Kitchen is open here at Smoke Daddy. We just got our sample. This is tremendous, man.
This food's fantastic.
I've been to the one in Wrigley before. Love the food there. First time here at the one in Wicker Park. Come on out, by the way. We're hanging with you until 11 o'clock, talking some college football with you. Having a good time, drinking some Yingling and eating some barbecue. These hot links, incredible. We just got a plate of brisket nachos as well, some smoked wings. So we'll be diving into all of this over the course of the next hour or so, having a good time with you, talking college football. And barbecue is probably my favorite type of food too.
I agree.
It's one that you don't always have great barbecue options when you're not in the South, but Smoke Daddy, certainly one of them if you're in the Chicago area.
Yep, this is fantastic. The plate of food that they just brought out for us.
They didn't have enough space on the table for us with all the food they just brought us here.
This is like a dream come true. So come on out, hang out. We'll be here till 11 o'clock.
Not exaggerating, that might be the best-looking nachos that I've ever seen, just with everything on top of it right there.
Now they're good.
Now, Jack, we have found out this week that you are the foremost wiener authority at the station. All right, did you hear about this earlier in the week?
No,
I didn't. You want to explain to him?
You're the wiener authority of the station.
Yeah, he is.
I know fun facts about hot dogs and sausages.
Mm-hmm.
Just one. I knew one fun fact.
So explain to Shea because he didn't hear.
So
it
I was in Vienna visiting my sister who's studying abroad. In Vienna, they call the city Wien, and it's spelled W-I-E-N.
Yes.
And I got a hot dog there, and I didn't realize that that's where the term
Do they call it a hot dog?
Came from. And they call it a hot dog there.
Oh.
But that's why we call hot dogs and sausages wieners, just because it comes from Vienna. So I explained this to Bleck and Abdallah, and they were astounded with my amazing knowledge that I have.
It was long. It was a big, long one.
Oh, no. McGrath.
You didn't hear that this week?
No, I didn't.
Welcome.
They asked me to describe the hot dog I ate.
And you said it was long.
It was longer than the hot dogs that we get here, yes.
How long would you say?
Foot.
Footlongs.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yep. It was a good one. This sausage, though, is phenomenal. Has a little kick to it, too.
Yeah, it does
You
have
can
a
taste the
little kick.
barbecue.
Yeah,
I had to go to the water
Get a
right
piece
away.
of that right there.
It might make you cough. It almost made me cough.
Hey, Aiden, go ahead and grab that, please.
Jack, you're throwing up softballs here, man.
He's going to have a whole board. What do you think? That's good stuff, isn't it?
It's great.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, that's tremendous.
Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. All right, so we're eating some barbecue. We're talking college football. Let's get into Alabama and Oklahoma today, because Oklahoma picked up a win a couple weeks ago that I don't think a lot of people saw coming when they went out and they beat Tennessee. That was a game that both you and I thought was a clear Tennessee spot because of the way Oklahoma had been trending, because of the way that Tennessee, frankly, had been trending too. And now all of a sudden you've got an Oklahoma team who's got a chance to make a little noise and maybe even get in at large if they go on the road and take down Alabama today. The Crimson Tide, a 6.5-point favorite. This game is being played in Tuscaloosa, and there's just something, though, about the way Alabama has played this year where they just have this ability to kind of choke out these teams who think they have a little bit of momentum.
Yep.
They are kind of the dream killers. You think you have a little bit of something going. Ask Vanderbilt. Ask Mizzou. You think you've got a little bit of something. And then here comes Big Bad Bama to kind of end your dreams.
It's kind of the perfect metaphor for their season, too, because we thought they were dead.
Yeah.
They lost to Florida State to start the year, and everybody pronounced them dead. The Bama dynasty is over. They're gone.
Mm-hmm.
And here they are, pole position to win the SEC. They feel like the favorite. They are the favorite. They should be the favorite. But I do think this is on the football field, this is a fascinating matchup, Bama-Oklahoma. It's an Oklahoma ground attack that's gotten a little right lately, and it's a Bama defense that really is vulnerable on the ground. It's like the only weakness they have is they can be had on the ground a little bit. But I question Oklahoma's ability to really score points. I feel like they brought John Mateer back too soon.
Yep.
You go beat Tennessee, you earn a little legitimacy back, especially in a spot we thought they'd lose. They go win that game outright as I think 5.5-point dogs in Neyland. That was night mode, the dark mode game for Tennessee. They scored in bunches there, but I'm starting to think Tennessee's defense is just terrible.
Yeah.
Tennessee gave it up to Bama. Tennessee gave it up to Georgia. Tennessee gave it up to Oklahoma. Their defense is no good. So now I take Oklahoma with the number 3 defense in the country. And Bama, if you go look, I think they're sub 5 yards per play against top 30 FBS defenses. Now they get number 3. So this could be a low-scoring spot, but if you ask me who I believe in more to score points clutch, it's Bama.
Yeah. And even when Mateer was right, too, and he
Turned
was
it over
the Heisman favorite, it was the turnovers, and he really wasn't doing all that much with his arm. It was a lot of what he was doing on the ground. But you're right. Like, this is – if there's one place that Bama can be had, and again, it's all within context, too. It's within the context of how good Bama's been.
Right.
It's not like they're not good at stopping the run. It's just one of their weaker points of an elite unit defensively right now.
Yeah, I think it's – geez,
wow.
Now I got the kick.
Yeah.
This is a little delayed.
Yeah.
All right. No, I think it's just like Bama's defense is the best in the conference. But if there's one way, it's a bit like how we talked about the Packers this week. Their defense is great. But if you run right at their pass rush, you can negate it to an extent. That's the way I feel about Bama. Best defense in the SEC, in my mind. Maybe Oklahoma is, if you want to say that, that's fine. I just think it's Bama. Texas certainly a part of that conversation. But if you run at Bama, you will limit what they do best.
That's true.
So there's a little vulnerability. Is Oklahoma the team that's going to expose that in Tuscaloosa?
Yeah.
Like, it just feels like a tough spot.
It's a big ask, and I get that Oklahoma's gone on the road already against Tennessee and put up the performance that they did there, but that's a tough thing to replicate. Very tough thing to replicate. Now, it's not going to be a night game, so this is the 2:30 start. But it's still a very tall task that you're asking them to take down, and I don't know if it gets there. I really don't.
I don't either. And honestly, Texas beating Georgia would be fascinating. Oklahoma beating Alabama, it would turn the SEC on its head.
Yeah.
And what works to the SEC's advantage as far as getting as many teams as possible in? Is it Oklahoma beating Bama, or does that just turn the conference into a bit of a joke?
Because what happens with Bama then?
Then you've got 2 losses, one at home to Oklahoma, one to Florida State to start the season.
But we're talking about from like a playoff standpoint. What does that do to Bama?
Right, that's
and
my
it's
question.
Like Bama's 4 right now. You probably drop to 9 or 10. And like
if we wanted to live in a world where the SEC could get 6 teams in.
I guess you just want to preserve what you've got right now. Because, like, Vanderbilt's not jumping in to the conversation.
I think Oklahoma's the one that could. So I think, like, as far as the SEC
Oklahoma, if the season ended today, would be in. They'd be the last team in.
As far as maximizing the number of teams you get in, I think Oklahoma winning today is better for the SEC if they want to get as many teams as possible.
Because Bama still probably squeezes itself in.
But I just see Bama as being so much more legitimate in terms of winning a title.
Yeah, but, like, Bama can win the title from the 8 or 9 spot. I mean, we saw what seed was Ohio State last year. They were an 8. And
they played the 9.
And they played the 9. So, they can still win the title from their post position if they were to fall back. Yeah. I guess I just have it in my head that we've looked at this whole Bama season saying to ourselves, they can't lose again. When in reality, they can lose again because they've earned so much, they've built up so much goodwill the other way. But it is interesting from the Kalen DeBoer lens of how does the fan base feel? How would the fan base feel if they lost this game today? Because it seems like there are moments where they have been looking to kick him out the door.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this would necessarily be something that pushes them over the edge. I think they would have to see another season where they missed the playoff.
I wonder if that fan base is at a point now where they know he's never going to be Nick Saban.
But they've accepted who he is.
He's going to be really good. Like, I would have A&M as the number 1 team in the country right now because they haven't lost and because they put together an impressive resume. I don't think any team in America has done anything even close to as impressive as what Bama did when they went on a 4-week stretch of Georgia, top 5 Georgia on the road, win. Home against 16 Vandy, win. On the road at Mizzou, 14 in the country, win. And then back home against Tennessee, the end of a gauntlet, a top 12 Tennessee team, win. Mm-hmm. No one in the country has gone through a gauntlet like that and won all 4 games. I think they've earned so much of the goodwill back.
Yeah. I mean, like, week 2 on, they probably have the best resume in the sport.
Yeah, it's just the Florida State loss that sticks out as a killer.
Yep.
But that is – so this is where I'll talk out of both sides of my mouth because when Notre Dame loses that game, I have an issue with it. But it's to an opponent that they have the same record as. Bama losing that game and then answering it with a series of wildly impressive victories, that's a different thing. That Florida State game, it feels like a different team. And you've brought up maybe the best thing that could have happened to them. Similar to last year, Ohio State losing to Michigan might have been the best thing that could have happened.
Yeah.
Because it got them to lock in.
It turned them – I mean, you think about, too, I get it. What was it? Bethune-Cookman they played the next week, but 73-0.
Yep.
I get that you're playing a nobody school. It's a bye game. But to go out and still do that is impressive.
Yeah, 100%.
Nothing wrong with that. So, all right, when we come back, we'll get to our picks for the week. We'll go through a pretty good slate of college football this week. And if you want to join us, 312-332-3776. We'll get to your phone calls and more when we come back, and we'll craft a parlay as well on the way out. Chicago's College Tailgate, live at Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park, presented by Yingling.
Shea and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
It might make you cough. It almost made me cough.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Black and Abdallah. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks.
Right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest Black and Abdallah fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Yingling.
The Chicago Wolves have a huge weekend of hockey ahead with 2 games against the Cleveland Monsters tonight and tomorrow afternoon.
Suzuki to Fensori. He scores! Stop! Fensori has done it again!
You've got to see this live.
We're lacing up the skates, taping the sticks, and getting ready for some lamplighters and bone-crushing hits.
The next Chicago Wolves games are tonight and tomorrow afternoon at Allstate Arena. Get your tickets today.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
At Costa Ivone, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavone and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Costa Ivone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
The 2026 Hooters Calendar Girls are heading to Chicagoland November 13th through the 15th. Meet Centerfold Ashton and many of your favorite featured Hooters girls as they make stops in Downers Grove, O'Hare, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Aurora, and Joliet. Get your calendar signed, just $15.99, and packed with over $100 in coupons. They make great gifts for you, a friend, or even the troops. Check out the full schedule and details at originalhooters.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Live from Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park, Flight by Yingling welcomes you to a live broadcast of Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Live at Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park, having some barbecue, got some wings, got some hot links, some brisket nachos. A little productive break for us right there. Chowing down, trying to make a dent on all this food that they brought through for us.
Dude, these wings are awesome, too.
Smoked wings?
Yeah, just tried it. First time in the break. Oh, my God, these are
incredible. The hot wings, I had some of the nachos, too. I'm going to dive into the wings next break. So,
well fed. Well fed.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you to our friends at Smoke Daddy here for having us out. Thank you to Yingling as well for bringing us on out. And every week at this time, we bring you the picks right here on Chicago's College Tailgate. All right, what do we have on the slate this week, Jack?
All right, so starting off, we will go to Notre Dame at Pittsburgh. We already talked about this game a little bit. Doesn't seem like Pittsburgh views it as a must-win on their schedule. Notre Dame's favored by 12.5 points.
Yeah, it's same theory as last week with really, BYU Texas Tech, I know was the top 10 matchup, but it's one of those instances in this sport you see a top 25 matchup, and these are two ranked teams. Pitt's been awesome since the quarterback change. You see two ranked teams and this point spread's this big, you just kind of fly into it. They're telling you Notre Dame's got bodies that Pitt doesn't have. I'm taking the Irish.
Yeah, I'm with you here. This is one of those games where I just think Pitt kind of powers down too because they know they don't want to put their best stuff on film this week.
Yep.
They want to save it for these big, bad ACC games that they've got coming up. So I'm with you. I'm rolling with Notre Dame
I'm
this
taking
week.
Notre Dame, too. And the way that Pitt's talking about this game, you also wonder, if Notre Dame goes up big, are they just going to start sitting guys at this point
down.
because it doesn't matter to them? Let's go to Wrigley Field. This is the big one today in the city. Michigan, Northwestern. Michigan favored by 10.5 points.
Northwestern. Give me the 10.5.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, Michigan's offense hasn't been impressive. Bryce Underwood might be great eventually. This year is a little early. He's been starting as a freshman. They've got some talented wide receivers. They've struggled to get him the ball. and it's been a really run-heavy offense. Michigan's kind of seeming fed up with the head coach, the way the games have been called. I'll take the 10.5 with Northwestern.
Yeah, I think Northwestern gets in on the hook here too. I think this is a flat 10-point game, and I think it's going to be like
24-14.
Well, I was thinking like 17-7 or 13-3, something like that. At least they won't be having to go the same length of the field every single time. What a hilarious, like the first football game at Wrigley in a long time that took place with Illinois and Northwestern, and they realized, hey, we can't actually go this direction today, so you're going to have to – we're just going to play one way all game. That's the beauty of college sports.
I'll take Northwestern as well in this one. South Florida clinging to some playoff chances. They are favored by 9.5 going to the Navy.
Jack's sending us to the American here.
USF and Navy?
It's a playoff potential game. This could have implications.
Navy got drubbed the last 2 weeks. North Texas killed them. Notre Dame killed them last week. I always get a little iffy laying a big number against a service academy with a power team because the triple option can screw you up a little bit. But Navy doesn't. if I remember correctly, Navy doesn't run the same triple option, or is that Army that's pivoted to
Army.
a more like coastal style? I'll lay the 9.5 with USF. I think we've seen what Navy is the last couple weeks, and South Florida's pretty good, so I'll lay it.
I'm going to go with the troops here. I'm going to go with Navy in this game. They're playing this one in the Northeast too. You get South Florida coming up, maybe a little chilly up there. It's Annapolis this week, yeah.
I'll stick with the Bulls.
I'll go with Navy. I'll ride with Tyler on this one. Oklahoma, Alabama, game of the afternoon at 2:30. Alabama favored by 6.5 points at home. The 4th-ranked team in the nation favored over the 11th-ranked team in the nation.
I think this is going to be a little bit lower scoring, but I do think Bama ultimately just like a little bit like last week against LSU. It was 20-10 final, and
20-9, yeah.
You just cover the number. I kind of feel similarly here that Bama's defense will be able to limit what Oklahoma wants to do enough, and offensively they might struggle to get into the 30s. But they'll end up winning this in that 24-10 range. I'll lay it with Bama.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like a 23-7 game. Remember, this is a big revenge spot for Bama as well after Oklahoma knocked them out of the playoff last year. So revenge certainly on the mind. Kalen DeBoer cannot afford to have this loss from like an optics standpoint. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Bama as well.
Bama's been playing must-win games all season. This is another must-win. I'll go with Bama, too, in this one. Another ranked game in the Big Ten. We have Iowa at USC. USC favored by 6.5 points.
Biggest question for me is how does Iowa emotionally get to this game? Last week you were within an eyelash of beating Oregon at Kinnick. You would have had playoff hopes alive. You would have hopes to potentially win the conference alive. And instead, because Dante Moore made a beautiful throw down the sideline at the end, you are out of it, dead. Season basically over. Your reward for playing Oregon that closely is get on a plane and go to L.A. I don't know. I'm laying it with USC. I think USC's got bomb potential today.
Yeah, and USC, I mean, the way that they play football games, everything's in multiples of 7. There is no settling for field goals because of what their defense is and because of what their offense is, too.
And because of who their coach is.
Yes, that as well. So, yeah, I think you're basically picking the game at a 6.5 there, so I'm going to roll with USC.
I'll go with USC as well in this one. Duke favored by 5.5. We talked about earlier. I mean, they could wind up winning the ACC if everything continues to go well. But they have a tough matchup. 19th ranked Virginia, 8-2 on the season, plus 5.5.
Shout out, pick a side. If you listened, you got this at Duke laying 4. I love Duke in this spot. Virginia's shown us who they are a little bit. It's sort of the way I feel about Navy. You start the year undefeated. Not that they're comparable, but you start the year undefeated, and then you go back and look. What did Virginia really accomplish? They beat up on a bad Florida State team. That's their marquee victory. The rest of it is terrible, and they've lost to the only good teams they've played. And Duke, sneaky, 4-1 in ACC play. Now you're traveling to Durham. I think Duke wins handily today.
Yeah, I think Duke takes care of them as well. This is a Duke team that both you and I don't want to say we were high on in the preseason, but we like Duke.
Yep.
In the preseason, they have a defensive line that can get after you. You spend some money to go out and get a quarterback in the portal in the offseason. I think Manny Diaz is a good coach. He's kind of perfect for what Duke is as a brand, football-wise. I'm with you. I'm riding with Duke here.
Every time I've bet Duke this year, Darian Mensah has played the most embarrassing game you could possibly imagine, like the 5 turnovers against Illinois a few weeks ago, another terrible Darian Mensah game. So I bet Duke today. Darian Mensah's going to play horrible. Virginia's going to win by 30.
Utah ranked 13th right now, going to Baylor in Waco. They are favored by 8.5 points. Utah is.
Yeah, I like Baylor here at home. Utah has to come down off the mountain. You go to Waco. That's a really hostile environment. Dave Aranda's coaching probably to save his job. I don't think Baylor wins, but 8.5 is too many points. Give me the Bears.
Yeah, and the thing with Baylor, too, is like they have offensive potential. You've got a veteran quarterback with Sawyer Robertson. I don't think this is going to be a big-time, you're not going to confuse a guy like him. And that's, I think, what a lot of Utah has done when they go up against some of these inexperienced Big 12 quarterbacks. And I don't know if they're going to be able to have their way like that, especially on the road this week.
Going to be a lot of Penn State fans here at Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park later this afternoon. It's your Michigan State Spartans, Shea, going at it with them. Penn State favored by 7.5 points in this game.
Please, if there is a God, Penn State cover this number. If there is a God out there that can hear me, Penn State win by 30. Just humiliate us, please. I'm begging. I need my coach fired. Nittany Lions. F you. I know where you're about to
You
do.
know what they say, good coaches win, great coaches cover. And that's exactly what Jonathan Smith has done all year long, the king of covers. We're going with Michigan State today, Shea.
F you.
I'll take Michigan State just to get under your skin.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
That's why.
Well done.
I've never seen somebody root against their team like this. This is something else. Unless there's draft positioning, but there's not.
Dude, do you know how many?
I understand why you're doing it. I've just never seen it before. That's all I'm saying.
It's gotten quite sad.
We haven't won. We have not, because of vacated wins, we've never won a conference game under this clown. Jack, I need him fired.
It's fair.
I need him
I
gone.
understand why. I understand why.
If he keeps covering for the alumni, then he's going to end up sticking around next year because they won't want to pay the buyout. I need him gone. I need Keith Williams to embarrass my team today.
What if Michigan State covering all these games is secretly how they're funding the buyout?
That would rock. That would rock.
Makes you think a little
Betting
bit.
on themselves.
That's a big brain play.
BYU is ranked 12th in the nation. They're favored by 3.5 points over TCU.
I have no. Where's this game being played?
BYU.
This game is in BYU.
Provo.
Oh, God. I would have loved to take TCU, but I'm not fading Provo. I hate BYU. I think they're fake. I don't like betting on Bear Bachmeier because I don't respect quarterbacks who wear the number 47. F it, TCU.
And then the game of the night tonight.
Tyler didn't need to make a pick on that.
Sorry, Tyler. Up against the clock.
I'm actually going to go BYU on this one here. Listen, you came out of a game against Texas Tech that no one really picked you to win, but these are the games. These are the rebound games that I think BYU wins and has shown that they've won over the past couple of years. So I'm going BYU.
And then the game of the night tonight, 6:30 on ABC. Number 10 Texas at number 5 Georgia. Georgia favored by 6.5 points.
What? We're back out to 6.5.
6.5
We're
is where
dancing
we're
around today, aren't
I was
we?
looking at a 4.5 earlier, and
ESPN
now we're sitting
bet right
at
now has 6.5.
I mean, you're throwing me all over the place. Hold, please, while I just get a number. I guess if
DraftKings says 4.5.
4.5. Okay, 4.5 at a book. I'm going to take Texas either way. I don't really care what the number is. I think Texas is live to win this game. Georgia hasn't impressed me defensively. I think they're kind of leaky. And Texas defensively, you know what they're going to do. They're going to stand up and shut you down.
I think anything north of a field goal, I'm buying in on Texas because I do think they have an outright chance to win this game.
Yeah, if this were 2.5, I'd probably lean Georgia because I think ultimately Georgia does pull this out and win. It's just all these kinds of – the Tennessee victory was really narrow. The Bama loss was really narrow. They haven't had a convincing win or convincing blowout performance over a good team yet. They've played all these games really tight. And they lost at home to Bama, so I don't love that they're playing between the hedges either. I think Texas can win.
Yep, I'm right there with you.
All right, that's the picks. I'm right there with you guys, too. Texas is going to be a close game, but that's the picks.
All right, when we come back, we will round up our best plays of the week, put them together in a parlay, and let you know what those three are when we come back. It's Chicago's College Tailgate live at Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park. We're here for about 10 more minutes, and we're drinking Flight by Yingling.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today. This is Chicago's College Tailgate, live from Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park. Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling made it out. How about you? Come on by for the live broadcast and some Flight by Yingling. This is Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago.
Live at Smoke Daddy in Wicker Park. With you for about 10 more minutes here on Chicago's College Tailgate. Thank you to Jack McGrath for producing today's show. On site with us here, you got a taste of some of the wings. Got a little hot links, some nachos.
Oh, my goodness. It's all phenomenal. The wings are great. I didn't even put the barbecue sauce on them. I just had them smoked with the rub on them, and they were phenomenal. The nachos are even better than they look. It's been great.
Good day to be on site, huh?
Oh, yeah. I'll take that. Keep sending me to Smoke Daddy for some free barbecue every day, and I'll be happy.
Oh.
I'll work from here.
It wouldn't kill you to pay for it once in a while.
Well, yeah. I'm sorry.
Thank you to Aiden O'Connor back at the shop. No barbecue for Aiden today, unfortunately, but that's one day, Aiden. You'll make your way on out here to Smoke Daddy. All right, at this point in the show, we get together our favorite picks of the week.
So,
put them together in a parlay.
Important question. Are we doing the usual 3 legs or are we doing 4 legs? Because we have Aiden back
we
at
can
the
invite
shop
Aiden
and Jack
to the
here
party
with us.
here. Of course we can.
So we're going with a 4-leg parlay. If we hit this one, it
pays for the season.
Yep.
Pays for the season. All right, you want to lead us off, Shea?
Yeah, I'm going to go with one of my favorite plays of the week, the under 53.5 in Florida Ole Miss.
Okay.
I watched Florida Kentucky last week. That's a Kentucky team that wants to fire their coach, and it's terrible. And Florida lost by 30. So I don't know how they're going to the Grove and scoring any points today. And nobody wants to bet the under. I think this chance Ole Miss gets out up big, 24-3, 24-0. just powers it down and gets out of this healthy. I'm going to take the under 53.5 Florida Ole Miss.
All right, I'm going to go, sorry, Mizzou boys, but I'm going to go Mississippi State as a 7-point underdog here. I'm going to take the points with the Bulldogs. Mizzou's defense has been good this year. However, the offense has been extremely shaky post-Bo Pribula injury. And Matt Zollers came in last week, and he's a talented player, but he's not ready yet. And I just think the offense struggles enough, and you're going up against a really potent Mississippi State offense, so I am going to roll with the Bulldogs here.
Tyler, you're always so complimentary in the way that you hit somebody with a hammer. You're like, Mizzou's offense has been really shaky since Bo Pribula. They suck. We can say they suck.
They couldn't throw a forward pass more than 10 yards in the last game.
And then they abandoned
it was against Texas A&M's defense, but still.
And then they abandoned the run early,
exactly. Too. And once you abandon the run, you can't do that with a freshman quarterback. So it's just not going to happen. I agree with the pick. I'm going to take Notre Dame in this spot because I think they just completely boat
laying the
Pitt.
lumber. All right,
I'm going to lay it. I'm okay with that. The way Pitt's talking about this game, I don't think they get up for it, and I think Notre Dame comes in and what's still essentially a must-win for them, and I think they just crush Pitt.
All right, Aiden, what do you got?
Tyler, this is the second week in a row you've stolen my pick. Mississippi State's covered 8 out of the 10 games this season. I was right there with you. I'm going to go with my backup plan, and this. You guys were on it when we made the picks. I like Texas. I think anything over a field goal, I'll go with 4.5. I would have liked 6.5 better. We'll take Texas plus 4.5 today.
All right, so we're going under in the Ole Miss game. We are going Mississippi State plus the 7. We are going with Notre Dame as the lone favorite, as a 12.5-point favorite. And then we're going to take a little bit of Texas at 4.5 as an underdog. So you round those three together. What kind of odds are we looking at here?
I got plus 1230 on the
Love
odds
it.
on the four-legger.
Pays for the season. We've already hit a couple this year, too, but this would pay for the season and then some.
Dude, yeah.
Christmas coming early.
This would be stellar. Good luck, boys.
All right.
I actually like all the picks, which is not always true. I've forced Jack to change his pick.
That has happened.
I think I have individually bet almost all of these, too. So it just kind of shows you how I feel about the play, too.
We're in a good place, man. Yeah. That's where you want to live.
Yeah. All right, real quick, before we get on out of here, Steve is in Huntley. Morning, Steve.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
What's going on?
What's up, Steve?
We're approaching kickoff. Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Just wanted to start by saying thank you for the show you guys put on. Great work, continues to get better in a town dominated by our pro football team. You guys are providing a great service for all of us who provide the college game to the pro game. So thank you for that. Keep it up, GKB. Keep this show going. Hashtag Tyler and Shea 12-2. Anyway, wanted to get to my point. I agree with you, Shea. Let's keep the ACC out of the playoffs. This league is garbage. They're trash. And I personally believe Patty Nards is out of his mind. I think this game means everything for Pitt. I truly believe the committee does not want the ACC in the playoff, and they most certainly do not want a 3-loss ACC team in their playoffs. So, guys, keep up the great work. Thanks for everything. I'll hang up and listen. Yep. Enjoy the day.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. Boy, can you imagine? Think about
I'm rooting for it.
And you root for what you want here, but, like, Florida State a couple years ago, undefeated, left out of the playoff.
Yep.
Then you would get the debacle of what this year could be, where you are not represented and 2 group of 5s get in over you.
Yep.
Boy, how the mighty could fall.
Well, that's last night set up the nightmare because, like, if Louisville wins last night, then they're really holding serve as far as winning the ACC. That puts them in a really good position. But they lost to Clemson. And it's one of those unforgivable losses that now sets it up where Duke has the ability. If Duke gets to the ACC title game and wins it, are you really going to lock out group of 5 teams for an ACC champion that lost to both Tulane and UConn?
Yeah. Could you imagine a world where we just see all of these teams that we thought at the beginning of the year would be great causing chaos at the end of the year? Like we almost had it last week with Penn State taking down Indiana. We were like by a toenail away from having that take place. We saw what happened last night where Clemson beat Louisville. A couple weeks ago before Brian Kelly got fired, LSU was up on Texas A&M at the half.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden here we are, and maybe these are the teams that could play spoiler at the end. Or or at least shake things up in the rankings.
What I would ask on the ACC side is, like Georgia Tech and Miami, if either of them win the conference, that they're getting a bid. They're getting
For
in.
sure. I would even think Virginia probably gets a bid too.
But we both feel like Virginia's losing to Duke today. So if
That's
that plays
fair.
out,
That's fair.
then it does become just those two. And I'm hoping for a zero-bet ACC. I think it would be hysterical. It's what I'm looking for.
Just rooting for the comedy of it. All right, that's going to do it for us today. Thank you to everyone here at Smoke Daddy. Thank you to our friends at Yingling as well. If you missed anything, you can check it out on the podcast. And don't forget, Shea and I give all of our picks, all of our reaction to the football weekend on the Pick a Side podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, including on the ESPN Chicago app. So check that out, subscribe, download, rate, review, all that fun stuff. We'll be back with you next week previewing another college football week. So we'll talk to you then.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Go see my friends at one of their 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 5 years or no payments till next year. Now's the time to save thousands. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
The 2026 Hooters Calendar Girls are heading to Chicagoland November 13th through the 15th. Meet Centerfold Ashton and many of your favorite featured Hooters girls as they make stops in Downers Grove, O'Hare, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Aurora, and Joliet. Get your calendar signed, just $15.99, and packed with over $100 in coupons. They make great gifts for you, a friend, or even the troops. Check out the full schedule and details at originalhooters.com.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey! Tell them more Jew Irish whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Branson Sons Inc., New York, New York.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, ladies! Get funky.
Well, good morning, and welcome to Peggy and Dionne here on ESPN Chicago. Peggy and Dionne is brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Car buying on your time. Advantage Dealer Group's 60-minute guarantee makes it simple and fast. Shop online, explore financing, then drive off in 60 minutes or less, or they'll make your first car payment. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule. Peggy, it's lovely to see you today.
It's good to be seen.
Correct. It's so good to see me.
That's right. That's right. I have to start off right off the bat that I got my new luggage already from American Airlines.
Did. So
and
please,
let's
follow
explain
through
something.
this story. Yes.
Okay. So last week I was telling Dionne and our listeners that I was very angry on my trip from South Carolina to South Carolina because when we arrived in Charleston, my luggage, brand new luggage, I used it one time, was not only like filthy, dirty, but dented to the point that it was one of those hard shell luggages, and the frame was bent. I'm like, well, this better close. Like once I open it, it better close again. So, my husband saw it and he pointed it out, and I was like, I think I was just going to go say something now. I don't know how to handle this. So I said something to the woman at the American Airlines baggage claim customer service in Charlotte. And she immediately was like, oh, yeah, that's bad. Okay, this is what you do.
Yeah.
Take a picture of the QR code, file your claim. So that's what I did. So we go on our 4-day trip, 3-day trip, whatever it was, and we hear back from American Airlines. I submitted the claim, and it was in my husband's name, and because he checked the luggage, and I submitted the claim with the pictures. And, the pictures maybe didn't show it justice the first time around. So we were immediately, it was denied. And then there was a line in the denial about, from overpacking and usual wear and tear. And I was like, oh, no.
Which is
no. This
judgment.
We literally made a joke when we left our house that I should have taken the smaller suitcase because there was so much room in it, but I wanted to go shopping in Charlotte.
Yes, of course.
So, of course, I was angry because this was my new piece of luggage. And it said, if you disagree with this, you have 24 hours to see an agent and refile a claim.
This is like appealing a red light ticket. Go ahead.
Exactly
what this feels like right now.
Exactly. Like they
no
make
one
it
is
so
coming to
hard.
court for that. Leave me alone.
I was an hour away from the airport. There was no way. So
Right.
2 days later, or maybe it was 3, when I was at the airport leaving last Friday night to come home, the same woman was working at the airport. And I said to her, hey, I don't know if you remember me. My luggage was damaged. And she's like, oh, yeah, I do. And I said, our claim was denied. And she looked at me, she goes, really? And this other guy that was working there looked at it and he goes, oh, yeah, that's pretty bad. And so they both said, we're going to refile the claim for you. So take new pictures. So I took new pictures, refiled the claim. And the second time, it didn't go to American. The second time it went to a third party. This like RINS, RYNN, like RINS luggage or something like that. Yeah. And so they look at it, they accept it immediately. And by the time, the day after I got home, so Sunday, my new luggage was sitting there.
Oh my word.
Now, it's not the same brand, so it's not what I bought, but it's a brand new piece of hard shell case luggage.
No way.
So I just want to say for the people on social media that were like, well, you used your radio platform to get it. This was in my husband's name. We do not have the same last name.
Right, correct.
So they would not look up my husband's name and find ESPN Chicago, a radio show, or anything like that.
Nor would they take the time to do such a thing.
Exactly. Yeah. My point was that if you don't agree with something, like follow through with it and stand your ground. And that's what I did. And then all of a sudden you find out the second time around when there are people in North Carolina, this was not even in Chicago, so of course they don't know me in North Carolina. And they immediately were like, oh, yeah. And so whatever they did, put it right through to the claim file to get it approved. So that was my point. Not that, for those of us who don't have the followers that you have on social media, what about us regular folk? No. That was exactly my point.
This is why I am never afraid to say, can I speak to your manager? I'm never afraid.
Right.
Because I feel like I worked in people service, right? So if I know they can get it right. This is why I'm a high maintenance order at a restaurant. Sorry to all the chefs out there. But that's because I know they can do it. And if you're respectful and kind about how you go about it, they're going to be the same way towards you. Treat others as you would want to be treated.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that, there are solutions to problems. And that's just what I try to teach my kids. There is a solution to every problem.
But also don't complain if you're not willing to stand up and say, I would like to see if we could make this right.
That's how I feel.
So if you're not going to do anything.
Oh, I hated that restaurant. It wasn't any good. I said, did you say anything to the manager that there was a problem?
This is my thing, yes.
Well, how will they ever know what to fix if you don't kindly tell them what was wrong? Kindly.
Exactly.
And my son, who's in the restaurant industry, used to get mad at me when I would either turn something back and say, hey, this isn't what I ordered.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Like what
and I don't send stuff back. So he would get upset with me. And I would say, listen, this is how they get better when someone says something. And I promise you, I've never marched in like a Karen and, was like, hey, you need to do it this way and blah, blah, blah. I don't. I truly believe that someone saying, "Hey, I just wanted you to know this," that's it. That's it.
Yeah,
things can come out, good.
Yeah, they can make it.
They just
right.
make you jump through a lot of hoops.
Sometimes, yeah. This is why I don't argue my red light tickets, but then I should also not complain when I get them.
Tickets are the worst.
I mean, there's the Dionne Miller Memorial Highway on a stretch of 2E heading towards Park Ridge that I have paid a heavy chunk of change to. But what can you do?
My son got a piece of mail yesterday delivered to our house. He doesn't live with us anymore. And my husband opened it because it was from the Illinois Department of Employment Security. I thought it was fake. And then I Googled it. I'm like, oh, IDES is real. I was like, okay. And it had said he was laid off in September.
Oh, my heavens.
I was like, my heart dropped.
Of course.
And I thought, oh, God, he didn't have he
didn't want to say it.
He didn't want to tell me.
Yeah,
I was like, oh my gosh, how is he paying his bills?
Right.
And then I took a deep breath, and my husband was frantic.
Right.
And I was like, no. There's a mistake somehow. Sometimes in the restaurant industry, it's a small HR department, or they put it out to a third party. I'm sure that there was a snafu somewhere, but we looked at it. It had all of his hours correct.
Oh, my word.
It had where he worked correct. It had the amount of money he made each month. And it said, if you would like to file unemployment. And I was like, what is going on here?
Right.
So I text him. My husband's like, I'm calling him. I said, no.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure there's a mistake. I said, first of all, it said he was laid off in September. On October 18th, I was searching through my phone. I said, on October 18th, he texted us and told us about some actors who were dining at the restaurant.
Yeah.
And I said, no, that was October 18th. And as a matter of fact, he texted us 2 weeks ago about him making some NA drinks for somebody and that they loved it at the restaurant. I said, no, this is a snafu.
Yeah, that's something wrong.
Of course, he's in no rush to call me back and say, Mom, everything's okay. He called me this morning.
He's my word.
I just want you to know I am employed. You can tell Dad, because he called everybody else in the family and said, do you know anything about him being, let go? And he goes, no, it's just there was a snafu. We changed over our payroll system about 2 months ago.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
So always an explanation.
I know. So I was laughing, though, because did I ever tell you this, that the people who dined in his restaurant, the actors, you guys probably know who they are. I had to look it up, immediately. I have to look up October 18th.
October 18th is a great day. Is a great day.
It was the actress. She's from the North Shore here in Chicago. Okay, cover for me while I keep looking.
I don't know. I don't know. Should I say what we found for my son this week?
Yes. Uh-oh.
I checked his grades.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was not good.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was not
and
good.
now at high school.
Uh-huh.
It's only if you check will you be alerted of anything.
Correct, like nothing is right. And we looked and I screenshotted and it was immediately like, this is not okay. You're grounded from hockey, which is like right in the heart, right? And he had said to us a couple of weeks ago that, this is so par for the current generation of school children to say, well, the teacher just hasn't put in all the grades yet and da-da-da-da. Anyway, he had said that he had done homework and it wasn't entered correctly, and that's why the grade was so low. And we felt like after 2 weeks of repeating this that it should have been taken care of by now.
Yeah.
And so I emailed the teacher because I was like, this is unacceptable, and how can we help him? Because clearly he's falling behind in one particular class. There were 3 classes that we were unhappy with, but one particular class. And his teacher said, you're right. He did email me about 7 days ago and I missed it. So
that's unusual for a teacher.
And it went from inappropriate, borderline, you're never leaving your room again,
right,
to almost respectable. So he wasn't wrong, but I was ready to.
So you're like my husband, because my husband
sick.
Immediately assumed that my son was hiding something from us.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, hang on, there's got to be a mistake.
Right.
And so that's why my son said today, let Dad know. He doesn't have to call everybody. I'm an adult. I can take care of this.
Right.
Okay, so October 18th, my son at 7:07 p.m. texted, Will Poulter. You guys know who Will Poulter is?
Will Poulter is. I know that name. Yes.
I think he's in some of the. He was in The Bear last year. He played. I think the Danish chef maybe. But I think he's in some of those action movies. Will Poulter, Charles Melton. I don't know who that is. I think Charles Melton is also in some action movies. And Rachel Brosnahan. She's from Rachel Brosnahan. I think it's from Evanston, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. So, he's like, they're all eating at our restaurant right now together, and said that they're filming a movie together. So
wow,
and that they all drank NA pairings.
Oh, they did.
All three of them did NA. Yeah, and so he made a cinnamon apple champagne for them.
Yum, that sounds
Isn't that
delicious.
Cool? So anyways,
yes.
When we come back, I don't even know how to set this up.
Oh, my.
Except to tell you, I had something happen to me yesterday when I went for my massage.
Oh, my. Why am I nervous?
When I tell you, you are going to be speechless, I promise you. You are going to be speechless when I tell you what happened.
Lord.
When we come back.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne
on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate tomorrow morning at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate tomorrow morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
You guys know I was on the hunt for a new car, and I wanted something special and luxurious, but also super practical to take children everywhere. Unsure where to start, I turned to our friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they worked their magic finding me the perfect ride. The Acura MDX is flawless, and so was the process. It was seamless and stress-free. I drove away in that brand new car. It is sleek, high-tech, super fun to drive. The team at Advantage Acura went above and beyond to match me with my perfect ride. They want to do the same thing for you. So if you're in the market for a new car, head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville. They'll work their magic and help you find your perfect match.
Hey, usual haircut?
Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill.
Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim.
For real?
You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7.
How did I not know about this?
Because y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? SafeStep walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. SafeStep walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. SafeStep walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne is brought to you by Zazu Salons. Their new Geneva, easy for me to say, their new Geneva location is now open. Book your next cut, color, or blowout at ZazuSalons.com and discover the Zazu difference.
And our video stream on YouTube and Twitch are brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. J.D. Power's most dependable large light-duty pickup. Right now, during Chevy Red Tag, get 0% APR financing on a 26 Chevy Silverado 1500 pickup. Visit ChevyDrivesChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, the official truck of the Chicago Bears. So about, I don't know, maybe a year or two ago, I remember Sylvie just happening to mention that he goes, I don't remember if it's weekly for a massage or twice a month for a massage. And after my first reaction was judgy, and I was like, damn.
No.
Like I hate when people go, nice to be you.
I know, right.
You know, and so, and admittedly, like that was my first reaction. And then I thought, gosh, that would really be fabulous. And so I have really, because I am still trying to be as active as possible athletically, I am telling you, after I play paddle tennis, after I practice, when I have drill or I have matches, I literally look like an old lady. It is so hard for me to walk and stand up straight. My back hurts. My muscles are all... So I started really trying to take better care of myself with Pilates and getting massages.
Yeah.
And so I try to go regularly for a massage, like once a month. So I went for my massage yesterday. And when I got there, I said, I'm just going to go use the ladies' room really quickly. And I saw the woman who has been, I've gone to her quite a bit in the hallway. And I said, oh, hi. And I thought, I just schedule. I don't really always schedule with the same person. And so when I came back, I was in the lobby and I said, do you want me to sit down? And she was standing there with the woman who checks you in. And they were like, no, I'm going to use a different name here. Terry is waiting for you. I have to write down the name so I remember. So I remember what the fake name is. Okay, one of my brother's names. Okay, no, Terry's already waiting for you. And I look and I was like, oh, I'm not with you. And I look at the other doorway, and standing there is a blind man with a cane.
Wait,
my masseuse was blind.
What? Are you kidding? Terry? Not Terry.
Stevie Wonder eyes.
Did he have glasses on?
No.
What did he...
I know the places we could go with this conversation.
Oh my word. So what did you do?
I was trying not to be a dick about it. What? I was like, oh wow. Like, oh hi, Terry. And I start walking to the door, and I kind of glance back at the two women.
He was blind.
And they're just looking at me like to see my reaction. Now, I had seen this guy before when I was coming in for my massage, but I thought maybe he was the client.
Right. Well, I would have thought that too. Of course.
Immediately, I am like,
I have so many questions.
Right?
I have so many questions.
Immediately, I was like, okay, don't be judgmental. Don't be judgmental. But then I'm like, well, how does he know where to put his hands? How does he know where to put his hands?
My first thought is like you could have gotten ready for the massage right in front of him, and it wouldn't have mattered.
And I actually was thinking about that. I was laughing.
He wouldn't have needed to step out.
So he says, well, what are we working on today? And I said, oh, well, I play paddle tennis, and my back is really bad after I play. And so he starts talking. Well, I walk to the other side of the massage bed table
yeah.
and to hang up my purse at the hook. And he asked me a question, and I answered him, but he thought I was still next to him. And so he did that whole look around the room thing.
No.
You know, like where is the sound coming from?
Of course. Peggy. And
I was like, oh, what is going on right now?
What is going on right now?
What is going on right now? And then I'm telling myself, just relax. There's no way if he was not good at his job, would he be working here?
And there's no reason to think he wouldn't be capable. It's just, you can't say right here, it hurts right here. Like you have to, you have to actually, right?
That's not my elbow.
Right.
But while you're at it, make sure you get the other elbow.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh my word.
I mean, the thoughts I was having, I could not relax on the table. I was just like, well, how do you know? Like, do they tell you?
How do they know?
They don't tell you.
Know?
Does anyone turn around and say, I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable with this?
I'm sure they do.
But then I kept thinking.
But you were in such
hell, I can't see anything.
Right.
What do I care, right? Can I tell you?
Okay.
It was one of the best massages
Seriously.
I've ever had. He was so good.
Wow.
I mean, like truly, he massaged my shoulders and arms. Like, I've never had someone do that before. Like, it was up in my, almost like the clavicle, collarbone, and pull it all the way around to the front of your arm. It was also the most painful massage I've ever had.
Really?
I had to say a couple of times, can you lighten up the pressure a little bit? Like,
really?
I'm such a wimp. I was like, what the heck? Like, he really dug in there. So it made me feel so good afterwards that I was like, but I stopped at the grocery store. I was like literally, I felt like I was on a drug. Like there was that much that he pushed out of me, but I could not get over the fact, like, is there a responsibility that you're supposed to tell someone that your masseuse is blind?
I don't think so. I mean,
what if you walked into the doctor's office?
Oh gosh. Well,
and it was your first appointment with a doctor. And he doesn't have to look at you. All he has to do is feel.
Right.
This sounds like it's straight out of Seinfeld or Curve or something.
Does.
Like Larry David and the Blind Masseuse.
I am telling you, I was like, is it appropriate for me to even talk about on the radio?
I mean,
I'm not using Terry's real name.
Right.
But I am telling you, he was phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Okay, so that's why it's okay for you to say.
I was having like Deshaun Watson, Jake, what's his name? The kick Tucker, Jason Tucker.
Gosh. Oh my gosh.
Like, I know. I was like thinking in my head, I'm like, oh my gosh, I really got to get past this. I got to get past this, right?
I mean, yeah.
And once he, like, his pressure was so strong, I got past it.
Wow.
Oh, I got past it. All right. Oh yeah.
So you would go back?
I don't know that I would go back to him just because the pressure was probably a little bit too much for me. But phenomenal.
Wow.
Like, I honestly thought, is this a practical joke being played on me right now? And someone's going to jump out from behind the door with a camera?
Is he really blind or is he just pretending to be blind to see how I react?
Oh,
Did that cross your mind?
Trust me, without glasses on, like, yes, there was, yeah.
That is so interesting.
Okay, Debbie, should I not be talking about this?
I had to pull my car over. I was laughing so hard when you said about, well, that's not my elbow. And if you're going to do it, make sure you do the other elbow. I am laughing so hard.
I swear to God.
I told the guy on the phone, it is dangerous for you guys to be talking about this. You're making us pull over because we're laughing so hard.
Debbie, doesn't it sound like I made this up? I mean,
yes. I mean, and I know that you would never do that, but oh my gosh, I was laughing so hard.
I would love to have just watched you when you realized they said this is your masseuse, and you realized you was what and been.
I like close your mouth, Peg.
Right,
like
totally.
Peg, close your mouth.
Act normal. Act normal. Act normal.
And I would like to talk to the people that work there, just to be able to. They must go home and say, "Had a new client today. You should have seen her reaction when Terry walked out."
I thought somebody was going to play a prank. I thought somebody was playing a prank on you.
I did
and
too.
I wanted to see your reaction.
Oh my gosh.
I did too. But there is a lesson here. Just because someone can't see doesn't mean that they cannot do a great job.
Okay, so do you guys watch Ted Lasso? So don't be judgmental. Just be curious.
That is so perfect, Debbie. Thank you so much.
Line. That was so
Please
great.
be careful driving. I'm so sorry.
That is so
but
funny.
Now you know why I texted you. I'm like,
yes,
you are
my
not
gosh.
going to believe what happened to me today.
And when she sends you that on a Friday night, like I was sitting at my desk and I started laughing already.
I literally called my husband.
All-timer. That is an all-timer.
I'm like, you are not going to believe this.
That is an
and he's like,
all-timer.
what? I said, he's like, how was your massage? And I'm like, it was phenomenal. But my masseuse was blind. And he was like, what?
Yeah.
How does he know? I go, he was phenomenal. He really did a great job. I said, but like the whole time, I just was like, how did he do that?
How did he know?
How did he know? Because you don't open your eyes during massage, do you?
No.
So you don't. I don't know when
often.
they're. I don't know when they're sitting down. Like I saw a chair.
No, I don't either.
I'm like, I had no idea that they sit down.
Right.
I had no
I didn't
idea.
know that either.
You know, and so I was like, oh, he must have been sitting down. And I honestly, and then you just go around the table, I guess. Like when he.
But in all seriousness, when one sense is eliminated, the rest of the senses are heightened, and that's what I think it was.
Because I'm telling you, he found spots. I mean, it was like when you do a roller on your muscles and you just want to scream. There was a couple of times I was like, turn the fan up higher, please. Like I thought I was going to pass out. It was like so intense. Yeah.
Okay, so off air, would you share his name? I think I might want to go.
Of course I will. Of course I will. But if he all of a sudden gets an uptick in clients, I'm going to have to ask for, like,
we are looking for sponsors.
I swear to God, so many thoughts going through my head. So many thoughts. Like I literally, it was like, how did he know how to tuck in over there? How did he know, and then I was like, is this really wrong to admit? But I was just kind of like, God, he must be really good.
I mean, I was going to say some men just know. Some men just know, Peg.
Right? I was like, damn. All right, we are going to talk football when we come back.
Boy, I'm sweating.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This
is ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
It all connects.
The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water. The school she can't attend most days. The breakfast she didn't have. The rain that hasn't fallen in months. The danger around the next bend. Her little brother's belly laugh. Her mother's hug. Her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
The Chicago Wolves have a huge weekend of hockey ahead with 2 games against the Cleveland Monsters tonight and tomorrow afternoon.
Suzuki to Fensori. He scores! Dom Fensori has done it again!
You've got to see this live.
We're lacing up the skates, taping the sticks, and getting ready for some lamplighters and bone-crushing hits.
The next Chicago Wolves games are tonight and tomorrow afternoon at Allstate Arena. Get your tickets today.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh.
How long is this show? I'm still sweating and laughing.
Too long already. Too long.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne here on, gosh, it's the middle of November already. Thanksgiving is coming. I said to my daughter yesterday, I was like, 2 weeks from today, Thanksgiving will be over. She looked at me, she's like, what? So, yeah, I know it's 70 degrees outside right now, but it is the holiday season.
November always does that.
It's so fast.
It always does that, and you're just like thrown into it.
Yeah,
just thrown
totally.
into it. I was thinking about George Halas. And you know why I was thinking about George Halas? Was with the Northwestern game hosting Michigan at Wrigley Field. The Bears played at Wrigley Field, I want to say up until 1970, was it?
Yeah, I think you're right.
1970. Okay. Because I remember like the 63 championship team was at Wrigley Field. And I just remembered all the old stories of George Halas and his grandchildren. And I remember Virginia McCaskey saying that when she was a little girl that she would like go to practices and be at the games, and she'd be like walking underneath the bleachers and stuff. And I had reached out actually to Brian McCaskey, one of the Bears owners, and he's like the family historian, because I knew he would have such good stories.
Oh my goodness.
About when the Bears played at Wrigley Field. But they're obviously heading to Minnesota, so he was not able to join us. But do you remember when they played? The last time they played, that was in 2010, not the last time, but back in 2010, when they couldn't fit the football field.
Yeah, and they had
so you had to use the same end zone?
Yeah, that was the first time. Was it that long ago?
Yes, I didn't think it was that long ago.
I
was like,
I didn't either, because I remember when they shared the end zone.
Maybe I got the year wrong.
I was just looking up pictures of when the Bears played there and seeing what the setup was, and it looks like a lot like, I think it looks a lot like what they did for today. I'm trying to get my bearings when I'm looking at this picture, and based on what they just showed. So if the field is going like from the Cubs dugout to right field, right?
No, so it goes from one end zone is the right field bleachers, the other end zone is the third base dugout.
It's third base dugout. Yeah, so Cubs dugout. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's right. So that does look a lot like, now here it looks like one end zone was at home plate. Is that how the Bears did it?
I think that's how the Bears did it back then. But I just found it so interesting. And so I started looking up. I did not realize that Chicago, the city of Chicago, because they have such a storied history with first Heisman winner, University of Chicago, Amos Alonzo Stagg, University of Chicago, that they actually hosted quite a few football games, professional and college football games, in really odd locations. Like Chicago was one of the first to play football indoors before domed stadiums.
No way.
Yeah, so some of the places that they used to play. Now, how about this? Back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, they played at the old Washington Park racetrack in Woodlawn.
No way.
They played football at the old Washington Park racetrack.
That's cool.
At Stagg Field at University of Chicago, they stopped playing football there in, I think, the early 40s. And that field where they played football, the football field, Stagg Field, became the site of the world's first nuclear reactor in 1942. It was underneath the West Stands.
Oh, my gosh.
Let's see, what else? Northwestern and UFC used to play at park districts.
Yeah, really.
In Chicago, they would play at park districts. So it was super good. Like, I was just reading about all the different areas that they played. I personally love when they do the college basketball games on the aircraft carriers.
Oh, I love when they do stuff like that,
It's
too.
so cool. And
It's
apparently, a lot of teams have asked, can you fit a football field on an aircraft carrier?
Can they?
No. No, they said that it's too big. Where's another one? Boise State played Idaho back in the 1930s at an indoor ice arena.
Really?
On a dirt floor with the boards still up around
Oh, my
the field.
gosh.
Yeah. Back in the early 1900s, Hawaii played their football games on fields that were carved out of volcanic ash. So, yeah, so super cool places to play football games. And it's really cool to see Northwestern hosting Michigan at Wrigley Field. I think it's fun when they are able to find those.
I think it's really fun. It's a cool experience. I know my son and husband went to. I even love when they do hockey in these arenas. They went to the Winter Classic last year at Wrigley, and it just is such a different environment, such a cool experience. There's just an energy to it that is really fun, and it would be really great this would be a very big win for Northwestern to become bowl eligible on this stage and feel good about it. They feel like they're at home, so. Hopefully that makes a difference.
Scoreless nearing the end of the first, so that's good.
That's good.
Let's go to Lewis and Lyle. He wants to add in on our college football facts. Hey, Lewis, how are you?
Hey, good morning. Just, wrapping up the day. Came into work on a Saturday, but, I guess it's nothing new to you guys. So I've actually got some more fun football facts about Chicago's college football.
Good.
The Loyola Ramblers. Yeah, Loyola Ramblers, actually. They used to have a D1 football team. But they didn't have a stadium, which is where they got the name Rambler. It's actually it's a form of a wanderer, somebody who doesn't truly have a home.
Oh.
Coincidentally, their mascot was a hobo for a while, like the old cartoonish knapsack hobo. But people decided that was insensitive, so they went to the wolf from St. Ignatius of Loyola's crest. But professionally, I know we're talking about Northwestern Minnesota, or Northwestern Michigan. Is it Northwestern Michigan today or Northwestern Minnesota? Sorry.
Michigan, isn't it?
It's been a bit of a day.
Yeah, Michigan. Yeah.
Minnesota next week.
Yeah, Northwestern Michigan. Sorry. But I know we're talking Northwestern Michigan, but I've actually got a Bears question. Speaking of Bears question, do you guys believe that Zacchaeus is going to be phased out or mostly phased out this weekend? Because I feel like he with much less stats or snaps and targets, Luka Burden's putting up the same production, yardage and touchdown wise. What do y'all think?
I don't look at it as that he is going to be basically punished.
I don't either.
I think that there's always so many options on every play that OZ has always been a crutch for Caleb because Caleb always
Since
knew
the
where he was
preseason.
going to be.
Yeah.
Now, even Ben Johnson said that, listen, we addressed it, we moved on. The more you make it an issue, the bigger an issue that it becomes.
Absolutely.
So I don't see it as he's going to be punished for it. I would rather look at it as maybe Luther Burden does get more reps, that he has earned the reps because he is now earning both the coaching staff and Caleb's trust.
Yeah. Oh, and what Luther has done, he just has a confidence about him and energy about him. Every catch he makes, it feels like he jumps up and pumps his chest. Like he's so fired up. He's so engaged and he wants to be involved. He's going to be. I don't think they're going to punish OZ either.
Yeah.
I mean, especially because of the way Ben said, look, we're not seeing that in practice.
Yeah.
We know that was kind of like a one-off and they're going to figure that out. They're not going to have as many drops moving forward. I don't think so at all.
Let's go out to New Buffalo. Kevin is up next. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, girls. How you doing?
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin.
Love your show. I love your history, but I don't know if you guys know, but the term out of left field came from the prior Cubs ballpark. It was Weegham Field.
Right.
You probably know
Yep.
this. Yeah, Peggy, right?
Yep.
And there was an insane asylum outside of left field, right?
Is that where the convent used to be?
Yes.
Yep.
And if you hit a home run out there, they go, oh, it's out of left field. So that has become a national.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's like a very understood phrase.
You guys reminded me of that so
That's
much
super
today.
cool, Kevin. That is
I love that
super,
fact.
super cool. I'm glad you called to tell us
Nobody
that. That's fun. That's a fun fact.
That's a fun fact.
I love it. And it's beyond Chicago at this point, right?
Oh,
It's
for
international.
sure.
So-
Yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin. Talk to you next time. Bye. You
All
call
right.
anytime, girl.
Okay. When we come back, we're going to a little bit more of a serious topic here. A heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking story of the loss of a football coach and mentor who was just here visiting Soldier Field a month ago to watch two of his former players, Nahshon Wright, I should say, and his brother Rajon, when the Saints came to play the Bears. The tragic loss of this coach just yesterday. It is so heartbreaking. This is a story you won't want to miss.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Cap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Gary Owen. I always took a lot of personal pride in keeping all my personal business off the internet. You know, and we all got those people, they want to put all their business out there every day on Facebook and Instagram. And they always start their posts out like this. Now, y'all know I don't like putting my personal business out there. I go, no, you put all your business out there. That's why I follow you. Gary Owen. I go to your page and feel better about my life, right?
Saturday, November 29th, the venue at Horseshoe Casino. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Play smart. Must be 21 or older to gamble or attend events.
Hey guys, it's Carm.
If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, a Zazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Peggy and Dionne is brought to you each and every week by the Advantage Dealer Group. Car buying on your time. Advantage Dealer Group's 60-minute guarantee makes it simple and fast. Shop online, explore financing, then drive off in 60 minutes or less, or they'll make your first car payment. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule. Thanks for fitting us into your schedule on this Saturday in November.
Did you ever see the Netflix show Last Chance U?
I did.
It was super, super cool. I think it was season 5 or episode 5, whatever.
Yeah.
Coach John Beam was highlighted a lot from Laney College, junior college in Oakland. Take a listen.
Put that up!
John Beam, a legend now, 40 years coaching football.
I think he woke up pissing fire. When I tell you to shut up, it better stop. Why are you talking when he's talking?
Coach Beam is the man, real talk. He really kept brothers off the street. He was a father figure.
This dude want to win everything. Oh, damn! If the game is the hustle, I'm putting my money on Beam. Beam gonna be Beam every day. Y'all gonna be my age one day. Look, I'm in great shape.
Laney College is the tough grind.
They have the weight of the world sometimes on their shoulders. Our job is to believe in them so they can believe in themselves. You can do it. You have value. You are important.
Lady, baby, come on, be great.
Bears cornerback Nashawn Wright played for Coach Beam at Laney College in 2018 before transferring to Oregon State. So did his brother, Rajon. Both of them now are in the NFL. And when the Bears hosted the Saints at Soldier Field, he flew in to see his two former players. And the whole thing with Last Chance U and Laney College and the high school that he coached at prior to that is that John Beam gave guys that needed tough love and second chances gave them those opportunities. And even those people who just, nobody else was believing in them. He was a second father to many. If you follow Nishan Wright on social media, you'll see that his post yesterday said that he was heartbroken, that Coach Beam was the one who knocked on his door and got him out of bed when Nishan Wright's father was shot and killed.
Oh, my goodness.
Coach Beam was shot and killed and died yesterday in an Oakland hospital when somebody came onto the Laney Junior College campus, targeted Coach Beam. It was someone that knew him. I think it was a 27-year-old man. Not sure if he coached him Skyline High School or at Laney College, but it was someone that knew Coach Beam. And Coach Beam had retired from coaching last year, stayed on as athletic director, and was targeted, was killed. And Nishan Wright found out about it on Thursday. It was all over the national news. I saw it, Good Morning America, the nightly news. Everybody was doing the stories because in the Oakland area, Coach Beam gave these guys a second chance. He was that community figure that believed in these young men. And to be gunned down.
Oh, it's just awful.
The news came last night that he passed. And my heart just goes out to Nishan Wright and his brother and all those young men that he reached out to. And there is some speculation that the person who is in custody for this shooting was one of those that he was reaching out to, was someone that needed guidance and that he was not afraid to stand up to him and say, hey, you need help. It is just so heartbreaking. When I read this, I just thought, oh, this is awful.
It's awful.
Awful.
It's so awful. It's so awful. And it's just what I'm learning, especially for guys who are wanting to make a name for themselves in a sport and coming out of different life situations, right? Like just the value of belief, that someone believes in you and gives you an opportunity. Like that is priceless. That is life changing for a lot of these guys.
I mean, you think about that person. My daughter just came back from their Kairos trip, and Kairos for the Catholic schools is a retreat, and it is a life-changing retreat. They learn how to have self-love. They learn how to expose themselves in ways that are very vulnerable to express yourself in front of your friends as a teenager, and you end up leaving these experiences knowing that person that had that effect on your life. And it doesn't necessarily always have to be someone who's in trouble. It's just when you're going through hard times, you have that person in your life who stands up for you and tells you it's going to be okay. And that was Coach Beam to so many young men in the Oakland area. Truly, like I get emotional thinking about this story because I can only imagine what is going through Nishan Wright's mind since he found out the news last night, and Coach was just here a month ago. And that was the picture that he posted with him and his brother and with Coach Beam in town at Soldier Field to see, two of these men that he mentored and gave a chance to at Laney College, who went on to play college football at major Division I schools and then now in the NFL. I don't know how to end this, but just to say I really wanted us to share this story with people because when you watch Nishan Wright take the field tomorrow, he's doing so with a heavy heart.
A very heavy heart. I mean, you can tell just by his posts on both Twitter and on Instagram, just how much this guy meant to him and his family and changed his life.
Yeah.
Gave him a chance and changed his life.
never forget when Bernie Nichols played for the Blackhawks, and I was doing interviews in the dressing room one day, and he thought I was asking some insensitive questions, maybe pinning mistakes on somebody or something like that. And he said, "Hey, you never know what someone's going through, outside of football, hockey, basketball, baseball." He said, just remember that. You never know what someone's going through off the field. And so when we watch the Bears in Minnesota tomorrow, and Nishan is going to have his hands full with that receiving core, with the Vikings, a little bit of grace.
Yes.
A little bit of grace.
Can we just approach life with that all the way around? I think sometimes, too, I have to even remind myself that I think it was, okay, I'll get through this. I know we need to take a break. But several years ago when I was in Columbus and Jim Tressel was the head coach of the Buckeyes, and we were doing some interview, whatever, and he just mentioned, you plan and you prepare and all that. You just never know what you're going to get with 18 to 22-year-olds, right? Like, you just don't know what affected their lives before they got to the field that day, or what they're going through. And I feel like that's always the case, like all the way through life. And I think we get so caught up in how did they drop that pass and how did they not execute it. Yeah. We don't know what, like, if they fought with their spouse before they got to the game that day, or whatever. Like, we're humans. We're all doing the best we can. And I think just recognizing, even as I'm getting older and looking at these young kids who are now starting for the Bears. I mean, they're very young, Peg. And to be dealing with all of that and the spotlight and being asked questions every time they turn around, like, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I think having grace for that in life in general is a good way to approach it.
And the other thing, you don't know, like, how much, your mom, your family, your sister, your brother, is calling you and saying, gosh, hey, we just got in town to watch for the game tomorrow. Where's our tickets at? Can you order pizza for us? We don't have a room at the hotel. Can you get us a hotel room? And, these young 22 and 23-year-olds are trying to play and prepare for a professional football
exactly
game.
Also, here's a 40-page playbook that you must learn by Sunday.
Exactly.
It's like that easy. It's not easy.
All right. When we come back, I should say, Ben Johnson's good, better, best, as quoted by a Hall of Famer in the Cubs organization many, many years ago. It was meant to be, Dionne. It was meant to be.
Meant to be.
Yes.
Naturally.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
The 2026 Hooters Calendar Girls are heading to Chicagoland November 13th through the 15th. Meet Centerfold Ashton and many of your favorite featured Hooters girls as they make stops in Downers Grove, O'Hare, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Aurora, and Joliet. Get your calendar signed, just $15.99, and packed with over $100 in coupons. They make great gifts for you, a friend, or even the troops. Check out the full schedule and details at originalhooters.com.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
And in growing up, you always remember that one lady that when you was in grade school, and her name was Lily A. Dixon. I could remember from time to time Miss Dixon would come in the classroom year after year, and the words she would repeat, good, better, best. Never let it rest until the good is better and the better is best. I put these words into action and worked hard and hard each year. These few words were the driving force behind my desire to succeed.
Good, better, best!
So good.
It's so good. It makes
Billy
me laugh.
Williams. Billy Williams in his Hall of Fame speech, 1987.
Wow.
Was using the St. Jerome quote, which you're going to totally laugh at this now, Dionne, because you and I have talked about this. You grew up with that quote
yes.
in sports.
In my family.
Oh, in your family.
In my family.
In your Amish
Yes,
family.
In my Amish family. No, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. We said it. We still say it to this day.
Okay.
Everybody does.
And then I said, well, I thought it was like, it's one of those sayings that you see on like quotes from the Bible and things like that you see on embroidery, needlepoint.
To be clear, good, better, best is not in the Bible. But anyway, go ahead.
So it is attributed to St. Jerome.
Yes.
St. Jerome is the one who translated the Bible.
Okay.
We don't know where or when St. Jerome in the 4th century said, good, better, best. Let's get
the research department on that.
Dionne, do we really think that in the 4th and 5th century, someone was speaking like that?
Absolutely not. No,
right?
There's no way.
So I'm not sure
how that was the translation. How that was the translation. Right. I'm not either.
But he's like the patron saint of librarians. So this is what he did. He translated. The question is, who was he translating?
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Ben Johnson's grandfather.
Yeah, something to that effect. Yes.
How do we know St. Jerome wasn't just a football coach? Back in the day, he was getting the boys ready.
Who says no, Aiden?
I mean, I would love to know how they spoke. I need to look that up.
I don't think anyone was saying
what
that.
would be like?
I mean, what would be the equivalent of good, better, best in what year?
Like, I want to know, like, what is a sentence someone would speak? What year was this? Hang on a second. I have to look this up again because I was like,
why do
I keep bringing this up? The year 347 AD.
Okay. So this is a ChatGPT. This is what ChatGPT was made for.
I found something from WordPress.
Okay.
And it says, it's the quote, attributed to St. Jerome on what grounds I will never know. It sounds utterly unlike him. I don't know if this guy knew St. Jerome.
Right.
Like, I don't know if we're going to figure this out.
That's so okay. So what do you want to know? How you would say good, better, best in what year?
In the year 347 AD.
This has the Latin translation of it.
Oh, go for that.
I don't know about that.
Okay. I'm looking up the same thing. Like, what would a typical sentence be in the year 347? Oh, let's see. It's Latin and Greek. Okay.
Is that what happened?
Quid aegis. What are you doing? I should get my daughter in. She speaks Latin.
What year?
347 AD.
I promise I'm listening to you. 347 AD.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ubi the taberna est. Where is the tavern?
I love that one.
Hang on, let me make sure that I know this one. Ubi the taberna est. Okay. So they would be speaking, local languages and regional dialects.
I'm seeing Latin as well.
The Western Roman Empire back in 347 AD. That's why I don't. Somebody else had to.
Now, I'm not gonna. I'm always very apprehensive to say ChatGPT told me X, Y, and Z because I'm not sure about trusting it or whatever. But it says that this is an English rhyme, so there's no quote unquote authentic ancient equivalent. But I'm not going to pronounce the Latin words. But one of them says the Latin words they gave me says surpass the good with the better, pursue the best, never give in to idleness. I actually just love that.
Okay, so that's actually really good.
Yeah, that's really good.
Say it again, but say it like Ben Johnson would say it post game.
Surpass the good. I actually texted someone in Bears media and I said, I really love the enthusiasm. I'm afraid he's going to hurt himself. One of those veins in his neck is going to pop or something. He's so aggressive, Peg.
I would actually like the camera person in the locker room to pan the locker room more so that we could see Kevin Warren in the background. He was getting into it.
And Ryan Poles.
Yes. I like seeing the people, their reaction, the non-football players in the locker room. That's really cool.
It is.
That's been really cool. And I just keep saying everybody is replaying it. Every national show now plays when the Bears win.
I thought of this the other day. They are doing a lot. ESPN is doing a lot of those all access in the locker room post game videos, which we never used to get to see.
I love
think it's
them.
cool. I think it's
too.
really cool.
I do too.
Because because they're so focused on what they're doing on the field. I just love that humanness of that genuine reaction afterwards.
Yep.
I love that.
Yep. And how cool to find out that Billy Williams,
that is very cool,
that surfaced this week as well, that he used it in his Hall of Fame speech. I did check it immediately because if you ask AI about Billy Williams' Hall of Fame speech, it immediately says he did not say good, better, best. So I went to MLB.com and listened to the Hall of Fame speech, and he did say it. So that's where ours came from, MLB.com. And also, by the way, thank you to Netflix for that clip from Last Chance U as well. But yeah, so just so cool to see how many people have actually been touched by that phrase.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. It really is. And I am typically not like that. Typically I'd be like, oh gosh, coach speak. Here we go.
No, I know. And sadly there have been a couple of coaches the last decade or so that have gone to the cringe moments when they say it. And truth be told, I think I cringed the first time he yelled good, better, best. I was like, no. Grown men should not be screaming this.
Something.
Yeah, I was like, grown men should not be yelling this at each other.
Is it growing on you?
I mean, a little bit. I think because they're getting so into it. And that's the players are getting into it. And I think that's really cool. And he didn't plan it. It just,
he didn't plan it?
They hadn't done it before.
Okay.
It was not. And then now it's just become something that they do.
So Tyson Bagent had said that.
Yes.
The first time
that
it was cringe. He was kind of like, I don't know about this.
Yeah.
But now, it is oh yeah, everybody is getting into it.
I think I heard, I believe it was on our station where it might have been Black and Abdallah, but they were talking about the Bears social media team that is very good at slight little digs without actually making them obvious. And they posted.
You mean the Roma Dunze?
Yeah, and they posted the video of him screaming good, better, best and wrote something like it just hits.
Yes.
I think that's hilarious. The hits principle.
Oh, I didn't even think of it that way.
Yes. I thought that was brilliant. And I don't know. Isn't that funny?
I never.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's pretty
smart.
That was just a horrible acronym, by the way.
Oh,
the T for the ball? Come on.
I know.
Yeah. What are you doing? At least make it work.
I'm not kidding. And the first time I heard that, I also cringed.
Oh, we all did. Yeah, no, we all did. There's been such fun stories coming out this week on the Bears. Now, that they've won. And they are winning, and they are continuing to win as they now start to face the tough part of their schedule. And the national media is also picking up on them and taking a look. And now all of a sudden, everyone does believe in Caleb Williams, right?
Wow. I mean, talk about a flip-flop.
We all said it was going to be a project, and you had to be patient. But it's been super fun. Did you read the story about Case Keenum
I did.
in The Athletic?
I did. First of all, can I, before we talk
Dan
about the actual
Pompei
story,
is so good.
He's so good. And there's a reason the man is in the Hall of Fame. Okay, there's a reason. But if you, just appreciate good storytelling journalism like that.
Yep.
Dan Pompei is in my brain, second. He writes something, I have to read it. I just have to. It's so good.
You guys have to look this up. And I know, yes, there's a paywall if you don't subscribe to The Athletic. But I subscribe because the writers are so good.
So good.
At The
same.
Athletic.
Mm-hmm.
This story that Dan Pompei did on Case Keenum is so good. How a 37-year-old quarterback has become the fun uncle to Caleb Williams, at least in front of Case Keenum's kids. He wants to come off as the fun uncle.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason Ben Johnson really wanted Case Keenum was because of not only Case Keenum's been there, he was the heralded quarterback. He was a guy that was signed to a lot of money. He did fall from the perch. He did become a backup. He did mentor C.J. Stroud in his Offensive Rookie of the Year season in Houston. He did work with some greats like Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield.
Mm-hmm.
He's 2 years younger than Ben Johnson.
I know.
2 years younger than the head coach.
As I was reading the story and remembering when we met Case, and he talked so much about how he and Ben connected immediately and could have talked football for hours and hours and hours, I thought of the same thing. I was like, they're the same age.
Totally.
They're the same age.
Yeah, and Ben Johnson called him in March, told him he was quote unquote sexy.
Yeah, I love it.
And Case Keenum was like, I've been called a lot of things. I have never been called sexy. He was coaching his son's team. He's back in West Texas where, he grew up, where he played college ball. He was happy, and they convinced him to come to the Bears. This line is so good that Case Keenum and Caleb Williams live so close to each other they can smell what's on the other's grill.
I love that.
They walk over to each other's places at night. They can go over the game plan. Or as Uncle Candy walks into the Keenum household, that's your Bears quarterback, Caleb Williams.
Awesome.
Uncle Candy stops by with treats for the kids, and they might go over a game plan. They may watch movies. They just hang out. And at the same time, Case Keenum is able to really kind of quiz him and drill him, and he's like another coach, which is, this is exactly what he needed last year.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
But it was a priority for the new head coach. He made it a priority and said, "This, I recognize that this is going to be important, and this is the kind of player we need. Not just like a person. We need a specific kind of player who's got that experience, who understands that, who has been around number one picks. I mean, the list of quarterbacks that Case Keenum has been around that have been top draft picks and struggled through their first few years, he understands.
Yep, and he's gone through those struggles himself.
Totally.
High expectations, told he was, not good enough, said he was overrated, did not become, he was like a 2-star recruit because they thought he was too short. And he was he was a all-state basketball player, baseball player, football player, everything. So super cool story. You guys should take the time to read it. It's really, really cool. And by the way, congratulations, Caleb Williams, on winning the NFLPA Community MVP. He treated how many kids?
Awesome.
49?
It was a lot. A lot of kids.
A lot of kids from his hometown youth football team to a weekend in Chicago. They had an AI workshop, a panel with Bears executives, seats to the game last week for the win, end zone seats. Caleb really does a great job giving back through the Caleb Cares Foundation. So it's been a good week in reading some stories that really has given us a little bit more of insight into who these guys are in a Bears uniform.
Someone commented when yesterday Adam Schefter posted that Caleb Williams, for the second straight year, he is a NFLPA Community MVP. Okay, and someone commented, just a regular person just wrote a comment, and he was like, I don't understand the Caleb hate, basically is what he said. He doesn't have a podcast. He's not seeking attention. No drama. Still haven't seen him in a commercial, like literally every other quarterback. He doesn't mock his opponents, doesn't ask for a flag on every play, takes ownership when he makes mistakes, zero cockiness. He's like, I don't understand why people don't like him. And I was like, wow, that's so articulate. And it's true. It's true. That's how he has behaved to us.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we've seen.
Yep.
That's what we've seen. And giving back like this and always bringing kids out there. And
I know.
I've seen those videos when he's gone to schools and done those things in the off season. And he just is like normal. Like,
It's
you know
genuine.
What I mean? Just genuine. Yeah. It's very genuine.
It's not
and
because
authentic.
he's told to do it.
No, it seems like it's something he wants to use his platform for something like this. Yes.
When we come back, how about we take a look at another Bears player that has really also been vilified. He is the rebel, maybe with a cause, because he too, in an interview this week, reveals that as much as people hate him, he is now in a Bears uniform and he has sought answers for questions in his life to be better. We'll talk about that when we come back.
More Peggy and Dionne coming up
on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
Hey, this holiday season, lock in something that lasts. Astound Wi-Fi. Get fast, reliable internet for every device in your home, every day, starting at just $19.95 a month. Forever. You heard that right. Less than $20. No hidden fees, just your price locked in. Visit astound.com to sign up today. Restrictions do apply.
Gary Owen.
I always took a lot of personal pride in keeping all my personal business off the internet. You know, and we all got those people, they want to put all their business out there every day on Facebook and Instagram. And they always start their posts out like this. Now, y'all know I don't like putting my personal business out there. I go, no, you put all your business out there. That's why I follow you.
Gary Owen.
I go to your page and feel better about my life, right?
Saturday, November 29th, the venue at Horseshoe Casino. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Play smart. Must be 21 or older to gamble or attend events.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Looking for the ultimate night out? Bring your squad to a Blackhawks game at the United Center for an experience you won't find anywhere else. Whether it's birthdays, office outings, family gatherings, or just a much-deserved night out, nothing beats the energy in the UC. Group ticket packages are available at blackhawks.com/groups.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on Twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Peggy and Dionne Show is brought to you by Zazu Salons. Their new Geneva location is open now. Book your next cut, color, or blowout at zazusalons.com and discover the Zazu difference.
Can you tell me your impression of C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
I'm going to
You're up there almost every day covering the team. We all remember when he played for the Saints, so we remember what he was like, the instigator that he was. There's been a lot of people saying stuff publicly about the Bears signing him, and he's been pretty amazing. He's had some, the success within Dennis Allen's system is really something. And so I think it's like some people are like, should we believe, or is it just a matter of time?
I don't know if this happened when I'm sure it did, when you were on the beat every day. There was always like one or two players in the locker room that you were like, please don't make me be the one to ask him if he wants to do an interview. You know what I mean? Like
a little intimidating.
Like a little Jeremiah Ratliff in him. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Or like,
yes.
Just Pernell McPhee. Like just a couple guys that you were like, I don't know if I want to ask them. Even Urlacher, when I first got here, was entirely intimidating as someone coming in out or whatever. And that's how I thought it was going to be. Like I just was kind of like, he's never going to want to talk to us. He's not. I just felt like he was going to have this edge to him, and that has not been the case at all. Also very young, but I that has not been the case at all. And his play has helped. And hearing him say how welcoming the locker room has been for him, I think is pretty impressive. And I even asked Dennis Allen this week. I said, "How did you know he would fit in here?" And he said, "I know the player that we're getting." And I thought that was really interesting.
Let's hear that from Dennis Allen talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Listen, I've been with him. And my experience with him was really positive, and so we felt like it would be a good fit, and he's come in and been exactly what we thought he would be, and been a good addition for us.
Why do you guys connect your personalities so well? Do you
say our personalities are different?
There's something there. You guys connect so well. Like, what's the secret?
Look, it really just goes back to, I was in New Orleans when we drafted him. We were the first, group that got an opportunity to coach him. He had success with us in the system. And I think there's a trust level, on both sides. I know exactly what we're getting in the player. And I think it's positive. And I think he understands, how we're going to operate and how we do things, and really can appreciate that. So I think really, as with every relationship that anybody's ever in, it starts with building trust.
I mean, this is a guy who instigates players. We saw it with the Bears under Matt Nagy, that he likes to get in their face, gets them to throw a punch. It's happened repeatedly. It happened against the Commanders when he was playing for the Eagles. He was let go. This is his fourth team in 2 years? Because Eagles, 1, 2.
I remember I saw it and I was like,
third team, maybe third team. So, listen, we all own our reputations, okay? But did they get a guy who is looking for redemption?
Probably. There's a little bit of that. Also, they're winning, so that makes everybody feel a little bit better. And he's been a big contributor.
Yes.
They've needed him. Needed him. I think that was one of the questions when he first arrived, because he sat out for a month, 2 months.
He said it was a couple of months.
A couple of months.
Yeah.
And he said he didn't. I had asked him if he thought maybe he wouldn't get another chance, and he, based on what I interpreted from what he said, was no. He thought he would, based on what he was hearing. He thought he'd get another opportunity, but he just was looking for this place that would accept him as he is. He said a lot of times people don't take the time to get to know me. And people here knew me, and they knew who I really was, kind of. And that's what Dennis Allen said.
Yeah.
And that's why I think when you bring in a guy like this who has that kind of fiery reputation, you trust DA, and Ben trusts DA to bring in the right guy. Ben had history with, you know what I mean?
Right.
So I feel like there was a connection there that is allowing him to be himself on the football field.
Right. There's definitely a different culture at Hallis Hall to be able to handle. We're not saying you shouldn't sign a guy like this. It's a big difference from some of the other guys that have been through Hallis Hall and are there is definitely more of a culture with the coaching staff and inside the locker room, with the leaders in that locker room to be able to handle it so far, right? Let's do it. Yeah, so far, because when he said to you guys that it's about getting to, like, people actually got to know me, I thought Cassie Carlson at Fox did a really, really good interview with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Does he go, by the way, by C.J. Gardner?
He told us to call him CD.
CD.
Right, but whenever I reference him in a story, I always say CJ.
Okay, so
he legally changed his name too, because when he first came into the NFL, he was Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Yes, right.
That is interesting. Okay, so listen to this interview he does with Cassie Carlson at Fox about his reputation, and you can tell by she was there's a little bit of intimidation.
Totally.
You don't know what you're going to get.
Totally.
And so
totally.
you could tell she was a little, but she asked, the tough question and a really good follow-up. Listen to this.
Being out of the game for nearly 2 months,
Mm-hmm.
did you ever think you would be in that situation of sitting at home wondering what the next move was going to be?
Hell no. Excuse my language, no. Because the stuff that you see, you can't really clear it up. You have to just take it on the chin and do the therapy and really talk to the people that's in the building. So I think for me, it was like a dark moment. I didn't really know if I was gonna be back on the field again. I'll be honest with you, I didn't really know how I was perceived and people talk about me. Is they don't even know me. So that's why I felt that way.
I don't mean to be intrusive, but did you go to therapy? Is that something that got you through it?
I've been going to therapy for the past year and a half, 2 years now, since I lost I lost first Super Bowl with Eagles. Yeah.
Is that what instigated it?
Yeah, that's what triggered it.
Really?
Losing it for my first Super Bowl made me take football serious.
So he admitted that he started going to therapy. And I have no doubt that the way these NFL teams are structured today, they offer you lots of different services that are available. But it's interesting that what triggered it was losing the Super Bowl. Not necessarily maybe his actions,
right?
But it was losing that triggered him going to therapy.
And interesting that he's at 27. I think he's 27.
Yeah.
Interesting. And it's very hard I think it's harder for men to admit they want to go to therapy or that they need to. I think it says a lot that he was willing to say that. I feel like he's done some work just to even get to that moment. But it was interesting to hear him say, I'm sitting at home and there's nothing I can do to change what people think about me. And I think that's really interesting that he was able to kind of understand that. And then he's getting an opportunity and now he wants to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
And even when he got that game ball in the locker room during that video, you could see the genuine gratefulness that he had of just being in that moment and being there with that team.
Yeah. I always say, so far, so good. So far, so good.
I mean, still, you don't know what's going on at home. You don't know what's happening around what we see. You don't know what's happening behind the scenes.
That is exactly true. Hey, by the way, our video stream on YouTube and Twitch are brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. J.D. Power's most dependable large light-duty pickup. Right now, during Chevy Red Tag, get 0% APR financing on a 26 Chevy Silverado 1500 pickup. Visit ChevyDrivesChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, the official truck of the Chicago Bears.
This is Peggy and Dionne. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Tomorrow morning at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Tomorrow morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing. People need help. That's why I work for Get Covered Illinois.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
And we're here to help. With thousands of brokers certified by the state and hundreds of trained insurance guides, what we call navigators, available in communities across Illinois.
All free.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, we're here to help.
When the lunch hour hits, fuel up like you mean it with Lunch at the Lodge at your local Twin Peaks. Dig into hearty, crave-worthy classics that hit the spot fast, like their juicy cheeseburger and fries, grilled fresh to order and stacked high. Go lighter but loaded with flavor with a fresh chicken Caesar salad or the fan-favorite turkey avocado smash. Really hungry? The crispy golden chicken tenders and fries are ready when you are. Quick from the kitchen, satisfying on the plate. It's Lunch at the Lodge. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of their all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown!
Yes! Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Introducing the new ESPN Fox One bundle. Unlock all of ESPN and all of Fox One with one unbeatable price. Catch the biggest games, college football, NBA, NHL, and more on ESPN. Stream your faves, Big Noon Saturday, the World Series, and NASCAR on Fox One. All for just $39.99 a month. That's 20% off. The ESPN Fox One bundle. Offer valid for eligible subscribers only. Access content from each service separately. Savings compared to purchasing both plans separately. See stream.espn.com for complete terms and conditions.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne is brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Car buying on your time. Advantage Dealer Group's 60-minute guarantee makes it simple and fast. Shop online, explore financing, then drive off in 60 minutes or less, or they will make your first car payment. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule. This show is absolutely flying by.
I know. There's been so much to talk about.
So much to talk about.
So much to talk about. So more on C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Apparently, when he was in Houston, there was stuff coming out of the locker room that he was actually pointing fingers at guys that over their contracts, not playing up to their contracts, maybe wanting to blitz more, things like that, whatever. But one of the more humorous things was that the Swifties out there bombarded his mother, I guess, has a restaurant, bombarded her restaurant with negative publicity after he went public with negative comments about Travis Kelce. So
holy moly,
he went to war with the Swifties.
I mean, that is brave. That is brave.
Yeah. So listen, it is like the Dennis Rodman factor, except Rodman wasn't someone that was. Rodman was actually really. How would you put it? To know him off the court, he was shy, quiet.
Really?
Yes.
So some of the
yes, a lot of it was just he had a real rough background.
Yeah.
Coming up, and Yeah, but you look at his daughter Trinity, the professional soccer player, and there's no relationship there. So yeah, there's we don't know all of these stories. We just know these guys on the field of play, and so you take a deep dive though with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and this would be quite the redemption story.
Yeah, it would.
It really would be.
It would. And it'll be interesting to see how they use him as they get healthier. Jalen Johnson, the practice window opened for him yesterday, the 21-day practice window, and he has been working very, very hard to get back on the field. He wants to do that. They expect Kyler Gordon to be back before the season is done, as well as TJ Edwards. So it will be interesting to see how they adjust things defensively. I think they will find a role for CJ and continue to use him because he's been so effective. But it'll be that. Please let the defense be have all these depth issues. You know what I mean? Good depth issues.
I know.
That would be welcome.
They so badly want the Bears. Ben Johnson wants his team to be playing their best football in December. And if they could get, that would be for the Packers game. If they could get Jalen Johnson, if they use the whole 21-day window, he'd be available for the Packers game. If they could get Kyler Gordon back as well. TJ Edwards back. I mean, the amount of yards that this team is giving up, a lot of it is TJ Edwards not being there.
Of course it is.
To control things in the middle of the field. So, and listen, there's a reason why your starters are your starters, and Jalen Johnson and Tyreek Stevenson and Kyler Gordon are your starters, and then when the other guys come in to replace them, a Nashawn Wright or whomever, there's a reason they're not the starters in the first place. So there is going to be a talent drop-off.
Of course.
So I think sometimes you give up the yards if you don't give up the touchdowns. And so that's kind of what you see sometimes with this team, as the yard numbers are huge that they're giving up. But, third down, red zone, they really clamp down. So it can be... It's a product of what they have
right now. And I think that's what we've seen from Dennis Allen from the beginning, is he's able to set them up to make plays based on what he has, not necessarily what he would like to be doing, but he's kind of very good at evaluating what is available to him. I thought it was interesting this week. Jeff Joniak pointed this out when he was on with Waddle and Sylvie on Thursday, I believe. And he said they've won because of each phase of the game or each phase of the team, right? So special teams won in Vegas because of a blocked field goal. The takeaways by the the takeaways from the defense is how they win in DC. Caleb's the reason they win the last two games. I just think that's such that's such confidence building to be able to do it that way and to be winning that way.
They need to do it complementary in the same game.
Correct, in the same game.
Now
in the same game.
They have to be able to the offense has to play complementary to the defense, the defense complementary to the offense. And oh, by the way, the special teams cannot be giving up 39 and 50-yard kickoff returns.
No, they cannot. But they did have a bounce-back game last week, for sure, than the way they looked in Cincinnati. But still, correct. It has to all come together at the same time, and that's what they're working on. And they're trying to also get Caleb to operate the way he does in the final 5 minutes throughout the whole game. But it's hard to simulate that.
Right.
Because, even Caleb said, I think we get to that moment and we realize we don't have a choice. If we want to win, we have to score right now. And that there's a determination to that you can't simulate when it's, 7 minutes left in the second quarter. It's just not that same feeling. So that's what they're trying to learn how to play that way.
Right. What version of J.J. McCarthy do you think we will see tomorrow?
I don't know.
Do we even really know?
No, and I don't think they do either. They are going through, speaking with writers who cover the Vikings, the way that they are describing that team is so similar to the way we described Caleb Williams and the Bears last year. It's the same things, right down to Justin Jefferson has bad body language because he's frustrated with the offense. I mean, it's so similar. And here's J.J. McCarthy at 22 years old. Speaking of having some grace for everything going on around him. He has a newborn baby at home. He's battled injuries he didn't expect to be battling through this season. They're not winning. The expectation was so high. You win 14 games with a guy who's now somewhere else also winning. And same, they let Daniel Jones go. And I think everything that they look at in Minnesota around J.J. McCarthy is with the lens of what they didn't do last summer when they didn't keep Sam Darnold. And they moved on and they said, this is JJ's team. So now they're going through a lot of those growing pains. His accuracy isn't the same. They had 8 false starts on their home field, Peggy.
Right.
8. How does that even happen?
That's shocking.
It's shocking.
Yeah.
And some of it is the growing pains, and some of it is also that they haven't had that offensive line the way that they thought they would. And then defensively, they are giving up the rush yards. They're not stopping the run and they're turning the ball over. Like it's just all things that have led to them being 4-5, and it's a big reason that I think the Bears can do this. I think they can win their first division game tomorrow.
I think that they could do this as well. We do need to see a more complete effort from all 3 phases. I mean, this is a Vikings team that is second in blitz rate, except when they play the Bears, because Caleb has the best passer rating. Is it passer rating or QB rating? I think it's passer rating.
Okay.
Against the blitz of any all-qualified quarterbacks. And so his passer rating against the blitz, yes, it is passer rating, is over 100.
Wow.
Yes. And so what Brian Flores has learned is that 80.6 is Caleb's passer rating without the blitz.
Okay.
Against the blitz, it goes up to 119.2, the highest of all qualified quarterbacks. He does very well when recognizing the blitz, getting rid of it or taking off, and getting rid of the ball. So does Brian Flores continue to scale back? Maybe just disguise the defense more? It's going to be interesting to see how far Caleb has come in this. And, there's still coaches and executives that came out last week saying that Caleb still plays backyard football too often. Whereas Ben Johnson says, yeah, you might think so, but I'm actually looking for how we can incorporate that into the
actual offense. Right.
So it's really an interesting cat and mouse game, not to cut him off with what makes him so successful, and at the same time, make sure he recognizes where the opportunities are. So
you don't want to take away his natural instincts. You don't want to take that away at all. I was shocked to see how low his sack numbers are right now. 14,
I know.
Right? He has been sacked 14 times.
Yes.
68 last year, right?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. It's just what he is able to do, and to hear his teammates react to it in real time. DeAndre Swift was like, I don't know how he's doing that. I don't know how he's able to sense the pressure and evade it.
Yeah.
And he's doing it at an elite level, and it's so much fun to watch.
Yeah. It's going to be a great game tomorrow. Please don't. There is no reason for you to tune in anywhere else except for ESPN Chicago or the ESPN Chicago app. We have you completely covered on game day. Give us the schedule in the morning.
Well, it all kicks off with the Fantasy Football Show and Jeff Miller at 7 a.m. If you're listening to other fantasy football shows, you're doing it wrong because he's so good at that. So that starts at 7 a.m. Black and Abdallah come up at 8. They are on from 8 to 10, the pregame show. Pregame show begins at 10 o'clock with myself and Waddle and Sylvie, who will be in Minnesota.
Oh.
They'll be in the booth with Jeff and Tom, and who will join us during the pregame show. And then, of course, they will be joined by Jason McKee, and they will do the game. And then after the game, Peggy and Yurko will do the post game, and then Jeff Miller, Pat the designer, and McKee will do the post game show. I can't add quickly, but that is a lot of hours.
Yes.
What is that like?
And if you
12
have
hours?
not listened, like truly listening on the ESPN Chicago app is the way to go, because the sound that we get pregame and postgame is fantastic. Like, you really get a feeling for Ben Johnson immediately after the game. He's
Same with
very
Caleb.
open and honest, and Caleb as well. So please tune in. Do yourself a favor. You can watch. No one's saying you can't watch the game. Just
turn the sound off.
That's right.
And-
you have your
and-
computer, your phone right next to you.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and it is such a unique.
Who's calling the game tomorrow? Is it their national? Is it the national team?
I believe they've got
Fox?
the A-team, Tom Brady and
Tom
Joe
Brady.
Davis tomorrow.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. That is right. That is tomorrow.
Well, who wants to listen to Tom Brady? He's just someone to
Not
look
me.
at, all right?
Not when you have Jeff
come on.
Joniak. Please.
Okay. That might be the one and only time that we actually compared Jeff Joniak and Tom Brady in the same sentence. We love you, JJ.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes it's Bears and Vikings live from Minneapolis tomorrow starting at noon. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Looking to elevate your future and the future of your business? Well, it's a great time to be Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook is the most desirable Southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. They are the second most diverse suburb and the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live. Bolingbrook has something for everyone. The Promenade, the Commons Shopping Plaza, freestanding locations, 36 million square feet in the distribution corridor. Bolingbrook has the perfect space for you and your company. Conveniently located off I-55 and I-355, it's already home to over 50 corporate headquarters. Come and experience the warmth and the friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself. Visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more and join us and be Bolingbrook.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle. It is time to get out of the house and watch some Sunday football with me. I'll be at the Hooters in Downers Grove tomorrow. Let's watch our boys battle Minnesota. Kickoff is at noon. I'll be there about 1 o'clock to join the fun, sampling Hooters wings, the pickles, the cold beer, and cheering for a huge victory. Plus, we're giving out Hooters gift cards throughout the game. So join me for the division rivalry against Minnesota. See you tomorrow at Hooters on Butterfield Road in Downers Grove. Please enjoy responsibly.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Well, once again, you've wasted 2 perfectly good hours here with Peggy.
I was thinking, did you ever listen to Wendy Snyder and Bill Leff on the radio?
I don't think so.
So Wendy and Bill used to do this at the end of every show. They'd say, what did we learn today?
Oh, gosh.
I am just literally looking at everything we talked about today. And if someone said that they were in their car and they went home, let's just try this out here. Aiden O'Connor is our producer today. Aiden, what did you learn today producing Peggy and Dionne?
If you're looking to get a massage, the masseuse does not necessarily have to be able to see.
See?
I mean, if we
What
are
a
not here
public
to
service.
educate and inform, I don't know.
What a
else we're
public
doing.
service. A sports show has taught you that I mean, we started out the show. Also, I learned that persistence when it comes to you have luggage issues with the airlines, be persistent and sometimes they end up doing the right thing.
Yes.
And it had nothing to do with my working on the radio. It had everything to do with the fact that it was under my husband's name, a different name, and I went through the proper channels, didn't agree with the outcome, went back, and they had customer service people who did customer service.
Well, there we go.
We learned a lot about Wrigley Field.
I was going to say, I learned that out of left field, the phrase out of left field started right here in our city.
As we talked about, Northwestern hosting Michigan, and they are only trailing 7-6 at halftime.
There's some craziness going on. The number 3 team in the nation, undefeated Texas A&M, is down 30-3 at halftime.
What?
Stop, they are?
Could be good for Indiana, Ohio State, anyone.
Come on, that means Texas tonight. Come on, Texas. Beat Georgia tonight.
Did you hear Pat Narduzzi say he doesn't care if he loses by 100 points to Notre Dame? All he cares about is the ACC. And they're not an ACC. What a ridiculous
Peggy,
thing.
did you hear
they're
that?
down 21-3.
No.
It's like ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
We also learned that Billy Williams used good, better, best in his 1987 Hall of Fame speech for the Baseball Hall of Fame, which is taking on a whole life of its own. The Ben Johnson postgame chant that they do in the locker room after a win. We learned that Caleb Williams has a nickname, Uncle Candy. To Case Keenum's kids.
We did
Uncle
learn that.
Candy, and that Case's daughter. Did you see this part? Case's daughter's name. Case is such a football.
Yes. Her name is Cadence.
Cadence. So does that mean when you are talking to her, you go, Cadence, 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 Get over here. Get over here.
He just goes blue 42 and she comes running right in.
That's right. Number one. That's you.
Yes, I did see that.
What else did we learn today? C.J. Gardner-Johnson has been in therapy for the last year and a half. The very, very awful, tragic story of Nashawn Wright's college coach being from Last Chance U from the Netflix show was tragically gunned down Thursday afternoon and died yesterday at an Oakland hospital. So our thoughts and prayers go out to not only Nashawn, his brother, who plays for the Saints, who also played for coach at Laney College in Oakland. We had a lot in this show today. A lot. Did we learn anything about the Bears and the Vikings?
I don't know that was the goal. It's okay. We'll learn a lot tomorrow.
There are some days we just take a whole different turn.
Yes.
But this was actually, we were talking about this, that this was actually a really interesting week.
Very.
Which tends to happen when the team is doing well. You get all these good stories that come out, or maybe not so good, but some more human interest, interesting, peel back the curtain type of stories on some of these people.
And I love that.
I can't wait for the Ben Johnson story.
It's still being written.
Yeah.
There's a lot that's still being written.
Listen, this is not an easy stretch coming up for the Bears. This is where they are really going to. You're going to learn about them.
This is the gauntlet, really, of where they put this 6-3 record to the test. After they face Minnesota, then they host the Steelers, then they go to Philadelphia for that Black Friday afternoon game.
Yep.
And then they are back home against Detroit. No, I made that up. Green Bay. I'm doing this from memory. Look at me. Did I do it?
Green Bay, because
right,
that would be the 21-day window
for Jalen Johnson.
Exactly.
Yes.
This is going to be tough. Listen, even again, the wins are against teams with records under 500,
Currently
below
under
500.
yeah.
And again, they're facing a Vikings team that is under 500, but still very dangerous because the Vikings lead the division right now. The Vikings, aren't they 2-0? I believe the Vikings. No? I'm wrong.
They beat.
I'm wrong.
They did. They beat the Bears and they beat the Lions.
Yeah, they beat the Bears and they beat the Lions.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
That's what's so shocking. That's where you stop and you go, wait a second. This is amazing. This division is up for grabs.
It is.
It is up for grabs, and it is as tough as the schedule is. It's actually good that the Bears are going to face this now at the end of the season, as opposed to it being more spread out. Because starting out 0-2 was not a good way to start out the division with your first 2 games against division rivals, and then they got some breathers in there with 5 straight games against teams that are struggling. So even though the Vikings are struggling, this is still a team they have to beat.
This is a very important game for the Bears to take a step to try to put it all together for 60 minutes. And the Vikings are struggling. It's interesting. This is their last indoor game that they'll play this season.
Oh, wow.
And from then on, they have like 3 of the next 4 on the road. And then they're home for 3 of the last 4.
Fun.
So an opportunity to really take a stand here towards the second half of the season. And Ben keeps saying we want to play our best in December. Well, you need to really play your best tomorrow to get there and still have the opportunity to do what you want to do.
Tune in tomorrow for all things Bears right here on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Aiden, you did a great job again this week. You have a lot to go home and tell your friends about with Peggy and Dionne. Chicago College Tailgate is
There's
next.
a blind masseuse.
I know my phone is blowing up already asking for his number.
Of course.
I'll send you a blind copy.
You are terrible. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Go see my friends at one of their 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 5 years or no payments till next year. Now's the time to save thousands. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
This holiday season, don't let aches and injuries keep you on the bench. Illinois Bone and Joint Institute helps you move better so you can live better. From state-of-the-art imaging to convenient rehab locations. And with 14 Ortho Access immediate care facilities, you can get same-day orthopedic treatment close to home. Score the care you deserve. Visit ibji.com for locations and services. And keep moving this season. When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces, you name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know you can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
The Chicago Wolves have a huge weekend of hockey ahead with 2 games against the Cleveland Monsters tonight and tomorrow afternoon.
Suzuki to Fensori. He scores! Dom Fensori has done it again!
You've got to see this live.
We're lacing up the skates, taping the sticks, and getting ready for some lamplighters and bone-crushing hits.
The next Chicago Wolves games are tonight and tomorrow afternoon at Allstate Arena. Get your tickets today.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is White Sox Weekly. Your all-access pass to everything White Sox.
Swing and a drive! Deep to left! Gone! That was as hard as a baseball can be hit by anybody.
White Sox Weekly on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now here's your host, Jeff Meller.
Good afternoon. Happy Saturday, November 15th, and it has been an interesting offseason already, in my opinion. The general managers' meetings took place in Las Vegas this week. They have since concluded. Jesse Rogers, ESPN MLB insider, was there taking it all in. He's going to join me here in a little bit. We'll also let you hear from White Sox brand new hitting coach Derek Showman later in the show. And if we have time, Hagen Smith as well. But as I mentioned, the general managers' meetings took place in Las Vegas this past week, and Chris Getz addressed the White Sox in 2026, some of the plans, and how busy the team might be in free agency.
Whether it be Colson Montgomery, Kyle Teal, some of these players on the roster, Shane Smith, and some of these young arms, they've earned the right to continue to play at the major league level because they can be productive major league players that can help us win. But that doesn't mean that there aren't going to be opportunities to get into free agency and find players that are going to add to this group. I mean but just like any offseason, there are some areas that you need to focus on more than others, and so you set your sights on certain players, and then there's also trades that could happen that maybe you're repurposing a player to help you find a gain in another area that needs a boost. So I think foundationally I feel like we're in a decent spot, but without question we want to take a step forward. The biggest step forward is still going to be much more dependent on the continued development of these young players. But with that being said, that doesn't mean that there aren't going to be players that we're able to sign in free agency aren't going to help add the win to the league.
Okay, identify the couple areas that you're looking at in general.
Well, we started pitching, which is a common theme everywhere, and we've been able to create a decent amount of depth, knock on wood, because that can change quickly. But to be able to navigate a full season, the amount of starts that you need out of your starters and innings, you want to protect some of these young arms. You got Hagen Smith and Noah Schultz that are getting closer, but you don't want to be too reliant and dependent on those innings necessarily, because you want to bring them up when it's appropriate for them. We feel like they can really be impactful. Our corner outfield, it was an area of weakness that there's different ways to shape value there, where to be on the defensive side and certainly offensive or base running. So, you look at our bullpen when Grant Taylor came up, it was we had a better chance to finish off games, and it wasn't just because of Grant's outings. It was able to slide certain arms in different situations and balance out the bullpen a little bit more. So, but that doesn't mean that we can't strengthen that. Volatility of bullpens is one of the hardest things. It is one of the hardest things to predict in baseball. I think the industry just hasn't really been able to solve that one or understand that one enough. So we're gonna look to add to that group too.
So there you go, White Sox general manager Chris Getz meeting with the media. You heard Jesse Rogers there ask a follow-up question about some of the needs that the team believes they need to address in free agency, starting pitching and corner outfield, the two spots that Getz mentioned in particular. Of course, he also referenced Grant Taylor and how he helped improve the bullpen once he came up, and that is something that has been a question that has been asked multiple times of Chris Getz, and even though he and the organization have never ruled out the idea of Grant Taylor eventually transitioning back to a starting role at some point in his career, everything seems to point to Grant Taylor coming out of the bullpen yet again. So if you were envisioning some type of Garrett Crochet type replication, that's not going to be on the docket. At least doesn't sound like, at least early in the offseason here for Grant Taylor. And he was very dominant at times coming out of the bullpen. So he will hopefully help fix some of the bullpen issues that the White Sox had. He did indeed help fix some of the issues when he eventually arrived at the major league level. So I think that's some part of the hope for the bullpen improvement. And then again, starting pitching, though, they're probably going to need yet again another veteran arm, somebody like a Martin Perez or maybe even somebody like an Adrian Hauser, the innings they provided in the veteran leadership. So that's worth keeping an eye on. And I would think that the White Sox will be looking for a veteran who they can plug in and count on for some innings. And hey, I wouldn't rule out the possibility of a reunion with both Martin Perez and Adrian Hauser. I think it would be something that both players might be interested in, and I think the White Sox had a lot of success with both players. So if they could find a middle ground in terms of numbers, I could see both those players being interesting possibilities as veterans to plug into the starting rotation. I'm Jeff Meller. This is White Sox Weekly. White Sox fans, get access to the best seats at the best value and lock in a 2026 ticket plan today. Be here for the biggest matchups, exciting new promotions, and opening day on Thursday, April 2nd, against the AL champion Toronto Blue Jays, by the way. Plus, enjoy flexible payment plans, savings on single games, and more. To secure your ticket plan, visit whitesox.com/2026. When we come back, we will delve deeper into the GM meetings and also tackle some of the MLB awards that were handed out this past week with Jesse Rogers, who was in Las Vegas asking questions, as you heard right there, of Chris Getz. We'll do that next, right here on White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4MILLION.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
When your cat's a meme and your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell
them more, tell them more, tell them more.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
We are talking White Sox.
This is White Sox Weekly.
If you missed the show, we put the podcast up on the ESPN Chicago app, so listen on your time.
White Sox Weekly, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, Sox fans, sign up to become a White Sox insider and get special offers, single game ticket pre-sales, and other exciting Sox content delivered free to your inbox. Visit whitesox.com/insider today. I'm Jeff Meller back here on White Sox Weekly. Hope you're having a fabulous Saturday today. And we just played for you Chris Getz from the general manager's meetings in Las Vegas this past week. As you heard Jesse Rogers pepper him with some questions. And of course, my next guest is the ESPN MLB insider, Jesse Rogers, who was in attendance for those meetings. Before I ask you a little bit about the White Sox, Jesse, I haven't had a chance to talk to you since the World Series concluded. What a magnificent 7-game series it was. You had the Dodgers repeating. You had the Toronto Blue Jays bring them to the brink. And oh my goodness, what drama that unfolded in almost every game. What was your thought about what you saw, where it maybe landed amongst some of the all-time best World Series, the obviously rating bonanza that we saw, and maybe just what some of the reaction was like from some of the baseball higher-ups that you were talking with this past week at the GM meetings?
Yeah, no, everybody loved it. I mean, I think it had a little bit of everything, right? You had that great starting pitching on the Dodgers side. You had this great sort of lengthy offense by the Blue Jays. You had the stars come out in certain moments. You had role players like Ernie Clement's a starter, but, isn't that well known, having an incredible series. And so it's just a little bit of everything. I also think that, maybe we're seeing the new rules really having an impact on teams. The Blue Jays make a lot of contact. The Brewers had the best record in the league making a lot of contact. I think we're slowly but surely seeing a little bit of a transformation in the game that didn't necessarily happen overnight with the new rules, but is starting to impact it more and more. Now throw in the pitch clock, which means the game is moving quicker, a little bit more contact seemingly. Now there were other games where there were a lot of strikeouts. I get you're still going to have that, but it just felt like it was dramatic from start to finish and had a little bit of everything. So happy there's no ghost runner in the playoffs because, I'm okay with an 18-inning game in October, maybe not in June, but in October. So that was incredible to be at. So that's the way I look at it. It had a little bit of everything, but I think it's not just a coincidence. I think the new rules have kind of, lend itself for more of these kinds of series and games. Base running obviously changing over the last few years as well, so throw that in also. So yeah, it was great. You're not always going to get it that well, but in terms of drama and different things happening, but it was cool to see, and I think it was probably the best one I've been to.
When I think back to the World Series, Jesse, too, something that stood out to me as I was reflecting upon what I had watched this past week or so is that everybody will laud and praise the Dodgers for all the talent that they bring to each and every game that they're playing in. But I think you have to also acknowledge, anybody who watched that series, is that the superstars that the Dodgers are loaded with, certainly they play a huge role. But I think when it all was said and done, part of the reason the Dodgers were able to win that World Series was because what they were able to do on the margins. You mentioned the base running, the new rules, and how they are definitely playing a role. There was so many great defensive plays that the Dodgers needed each and every one of those to win that World Series, which really stood out to me.
Yeah, they're not really known as a great defensive team, but of course any team could have a good series or a good couple moments. Obviously what they did, especially in Game 7, was a huge, huge factor. I like the moves Dave Roberts made, just a little stuff, bringing the infield in, pushing them back, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. The defensive replacements late in the game. Yeah, it was it was great. But remember, they're also able to, and this is where payroll comes into it as well. They're able to slow play their pitching staff all season. Snell didn't have to pitch that much. Ohtani didn't have to pitch that much. They're able to rest guys in general and still make the postseason. Not every team can do that. So, this payroll inequity that we have in baseball is going to rear its ugly head more and more as we head to the end of the labor agreement.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Unfortunately, that is something that, we'll worry about that next year, Jesse.
Yeah, exactly.
This year, we've got at least one more year of labor peace and some baseball to look forward to. The awards were released this past week, and for anybody who did not catch, Aaron Judge edged Cal Raleigh. I think that was the one vote that people were curious which way it would end up going. Shohei Ohtani became a 4-time unanimous MVP as he won his second straight with the Dodgers in only 2 seasons with them. We saw Paul Skeens win the NL Cy Young, and Tarek Skubal won the AL Cy Young. And I guess my question in regards to some of those awards is, did any of those surprise you, or what was the most surprising thing in regards to what you saw from the awards this past week?
Yeah, so 2 things did surprise me. Obviously, one, not shocking, but just surprising. I thought Cal Raleigh was going to win. Now, of course, you can make the case for Judge, and you can't be like, oh, my God, how did Judge win it? Like, you can't go like that. Mm-hmm. But a switch-hitting catcher that hit 60 home runs in Seattle, by the way, not exactly a hitter-friendly ballpark. I mean, if you can't win it with those numbers in that year, you're never going to win it. And I get how good Judge is. I mean, I'm in the media, so I understand the sort of East Coast bias that can happen sometimes, and there's some truth to it. Maybe that was the difference here because it was a close vote. So, yeah, I was surprised Cal Raleigh didn't win it. I thought he overtook Judge, throughout the month of September, to be honest. Switch hitting catcher hitting 60 home runs, I don't know how you don't win the MVP. So I was surprised by that. But in terms of, the biggest kind of shocker, and this is not a big deal because it's Rookie of the Year and we don't think about it, but I thought Kate Horton should have been a little bit closer to Drake Baldwin in the National League. I was surprised Drake Baldwin won it that easily, and I think a lot of our listeners may not know who Drake Baldwin is. It was an okay 19 home run year for rookie catcher. Again, impressive. But Kate Horton had a 1 ERA in the second half as a rookie, and Baldwin won it pretty easily. So in a smaller vein, I thought that was pretty shocking to me.
I hear you there. How about this one? Let's combine 2 stories. Stephen Vogt wins his second Manager of the Year. Meanwhile, the Guardians' Emmanuel Clase pleads not guilty to pitch rigging, which he, of course, has been involved with, and he was away from the team for a significant portion of the second half. Do you think Stephen Vogt wins the AL Manager of the Year if Emmanuel Clase and that hole was not suspended during the season? I mean, it's insane that we're dealing with this, but it was interesting to me that Vogt ended up winning his second straight Manager of the Year award.
Yeah, right. He overcomes this roadblock, right?
Yeah.
That with 2 pitchers. I have to imagine he wins it either way as long as the Guardians get in. It's not like anyone's going to look at the Guardians with Clase and say, oh my God, what a roster! And they got it. I don't think he wins it either way as long as they got into the playoffs, which they did. But sure, it adds a little bonus to his resume. The fact that he helped them overcome something like that. So what's interesting though, and you look at Pat Murphy and Matt Arnold in the National League, both winning back to back. You do have some sort of an advantage when you're a smaller market underdog team. Because you're automatically overachieving if you make the postseason. So it's like, Dave Roberts has a tougher, hurdle to overcome in terms of winning the Manager of the Year award. But he should get credit too. It's not easy to even make the postseason in back-to-back years. Granted, they have a ton of money in their payroll and everything like that. But I think you'd agree, winning Manager of the Year or GM of the Year is a lot easier in the smaller markets because you just inherently get that bonus, not having the payroll, not having the cachet on the roster. And so I think year in and year out, you're going to see more of those sort of situations with the payroll inequality that we see in baseball. Some small market team's going to make it every year, and their manager is going to get a ton of credit for it. And so to me, it's not a coincidence we're seeing the smaller market guys get rewarded in some sense both Milwaukee and in Cleveland.
No doubt about it. Jesse Rogers joining me here on White Sox Weekly. Definitely the expectations play a role in determining how much credit you end up getting. Another award, the American League Rookie of the Year, went to Nick Kurtz. He was the unanimous choice. He certainly earned it. Colson Montgomery, though, does end up finishing fifth. He did pick up a second-place vote. So something, maybe in a different season, or had Colson Montgomery maybe been able to not struggle so much early in the season and had been able to pick up some more at-bats earlier in the year, he could have ended up finishing higher. Obviously, Nick Kurtz, it was going to be difficult to beat him, but I think the fact that Colson Montgomery does end up finishing fifth is a bright spot for White Sox fans. What were your thoughts about Kurtz winning and Colson Montgomery garnering some votes?
Yeah, well, that was my category. I voted for AL Rookie of the Year, and I did give Colson a vote, I think maybe a fourth.
Mm-hmm.
I think a fourth-place vote. I think you get to have 5 votes. I think I gave him a fourth-place vote, and he was deserving of it. But I don't think he was deserving of more than that. It was kind of like a half a season. But the fact that he was even in the conversation, Jeff, let's not forget he was sent back to the Arizona, to Glendale, to Arizona, to fix his swing, and he did, and comes up to the majors, and what was it, 17 home runs, right? I mean, oh my God, come on, that doesn't happen. We didn't know if Colson Montgomery was going to be a major league player 5 months ago. So it's a tremendous story, and I think that the White Sox have turned around their development staff and how they sort of view players and how they bring them up and how they work their way through the system. And I think it's been really, really a success story for him. And, we're starting to see it with a few other guys that they've, traded for or drafted in recent years. So I think it's huge that he's now a mainstay in the majors. Now he has to follow up, of course, because there'll be adjustments. But the fact that he even got any votes, including mine, is a minor miracle when you consider what happened coming out of spring training. He didn't make the team and then struggled down at AAA and again was sent back to Arizona. A dramatic and unorthodox move by the White Sox for a guy that wasn't injured or anything like that, and it paid off. So you got to give him and the team a lot of credit for it.
No, you know what? Kudos to you. Great point. I think sometimes I'm so in it that sometimes I forget the obvious. But I remember that day back in, I think it was late April, when Chris Getz met with the media and he mentioned, and oh, by the way, Colson Montgomery is going to go back to Arizona to work individually with Ryan Fuller. And I remember, sending that report to people at the station being like, this is not, I'll be honest, I was like, this is not great, guys. Colson Montgomery, they're stopping his season at AAA, and he's going to work individually because you're absolutely right. He struggled so mightily to begin the season, was striking out above 40% in AAA, and for him to finish the season with 21 home runs, he had more home runs in the second half than any player ever in the history of the majors who had not homered in the first half. So, just a great run. So great point by you. Last thing, Jess, we played your question to Chris Getz in the opening segment about what the White Sox plans were. He mentioned, if they're going to be players in the free agent market, that starting pitching and corner outfield are a couple of positions that they may need to address. Any names that you think the White Sox should be looking at as we head to free agency here?
Yeah, I wish I could be more specific for you. I really want to see more veteran presence to lead these guys. Miguel Rojas, for example, is a free agent. Like the guy that helped win the World Series. I'm not saying you're going to sign him. He's an infielder anyway. But, I would love to see, championship caliber guy, even if he's towards the end of his career. Martin Perez was a good one on the mound, someone like that, but maybe even with a little bit more on his resume. Same thing in the position player base. Mike Tauchman was good. I want someone with some championship caliber vibes to him, maybe at the end of his career, because that's what this is about. I wrote about it at ESPN.com today. Their win total isn't going to be increased by anything they do this offseason, other than what their young players are doing on their own this offseason, their offseason plans, because that's how they're going to win more games. The roster that ended last season is how they're going to win more games. Whoever they add this year really has to help those guys along. And again, Tauchman and Perez were good. I think they need to advance that even more with some championship caliber winning type of player. So I know fans want to see the free agents and fast forward this thing. You know, I was talking to Hein Bloom of the Cardinals. Like, you just can't fast forward it unless you want to try to be the Mets or the Dodgers. Like, you just have to take it step by step. And it's unfortunate the Sox are in the same position they were a half decade ago. But it is what it is. And I like the idea of building this thing the right way, not trying to fast forward it because it's just not going to work. It's not going to work. You have to sign those free agents when the team is ready to win. But in the meantime, sign some guys that can show them how to win. And so, like I said, a Miguel Rojas type. I was just thinking about what team wouldn't want a guy like that who has that kind of a resume now. There's some other names. You know, Miles Michaelis could be a good fit. He's got a good resume in terms of on the mound, 1 year type of deal. Michael Lorenzen, another one. That could be a good fit on the mound. And just try to advance the young players with some veterans along the way, some guys that have been there and done that before, which I don't know you could say that about Mike Tauchman necessarily and a couple of the other guys.
He is MLB insider, ESPN insider, Jesse Rogers, joining us here on White Sox Weekly. As always, Jess, appreciate your time, man. Thanks for carving some out for us today.
You got it, Jeff. Be well.
More to come right here on White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago White Sox.
This is White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000. Here comes it's Bears and Vikings, live from Minneapolis. Tomorrow, starting at noon, this is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
For over 45 years, Food and Paper Supply Company has been the local leader in food service distribution. We're proud to partner with and service the Chicago White Sox and restaurants throughout Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. At Food and Paper Supply, we're committed to getting you the products you want, including fresh poultry, beef, pork, shrimp, and produce, plus frozen fries, appetizers, dairy products, oils, and a full line of carry-out packaging. Our cash and carry retail store is open to the public with wholesale pricing. Go to foodandpaper.com. That's foodandpaper.com for service and products beyond compare.
Gary Owen. I always took a lot of personal pride in keeping all my personal business off the internet. And we all got those people, they want to put all their business out there every day on Facebook and Instagram. And they always start their posts out like this. Now y'all know I don't like putting my personal business out there. I go, no, you put all your business out there. That's why I follow you. Gary Owen. I go to your page and feel better about my life, right?
Saturday, November 29th, the venue at Horseshoe Casino. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Play smart. Must be 21 or older to gamble or attend events.
This holiday season, don't let aches and injuries keep you on the bench. Illinois Bone and Joint Institute helps you move better so you can live better. From state-of-the-art imaging to convenient rehab locations. And with 14 Ortho Access immediate care facilities, you can get same-day orthopedic treatment close to home. Score the care you deserve. Visit IBJI.com for locations and services. And keep moving this season.
Apt is your #1 destination for the home. They carry a wide range of furnaces, garage doors, and whole house generators ready to be delivered and installed by their certified and licensed technicians. Their professional sales staff is ready to help find you the perfect solutions for your home. Order from apt.com and upgrade your home appliances to prepare for the upcoming holiday season. For free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money, and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is Chicago's home for sports.
On app.
The ESPN Chicago app.
In HD.
FM 100.3 HD2.
And of course on AM.
ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly.
Jeff Meller back here on ESPN 1000, hanging out with you. We just talked with ESPN MLB insider Jesse Rogers about the happenings at the GM meetings and also covered some of the MLB awards that were handed out this past week. Hey, Sox fans, stay up to date on all things White Sox by following the team's official social media accounts. Don't miss a minute of the action on and off the field. Follow at White Sox on social today, where you get news alerts like, hey, the White Sox hired Derek Showman as their new hitting coach. They did that last Friday, and he met with the media. Local guy, Derek Showman, who's now 35 years old. He spent the past season as the Marlins assistant hitting coach, and he is also a local guy, native of Glenville, Illinois, who graduated in 2008 from Glenbrook South High School, also graduated from Indiana Wesleyan University, played his collegiate ball at the University of Illinois at Springfield. Showman also spent the 2012 through 19 seasons in both the Independent Frontier League and the American Association. So Derek Showman met with the media last week, and how about Jesse Rogers kicking off with the first question to the brand new White Sox hitting coach?
What's this like for you coming home? I mean, you were in high school when the last time the White Sox won a playoff series, which was the World Series. So what's this like for you to come full circle?
Yeah, it's special, right? Obviously, not only growing up in the northern suburbs of Chicago, but growing up a White Sox fan. And I still recall wearing all my White Sox gear that day and bringing a broom and a dustpan to school, walking around the halls with it for that World Series. I think it was swept the Astros in 2005, right? So, yeah, it's super special, man. This has always been home. I really haven't lived anywhere else. Unbelievable opportunity and super grateful for it.
Hey, Derek, congratulations. How do you kind of look at your fit between yourself, Ryan Fuller, and then Sherman Johnson too? How do you, and then Joel too, I guess, but how do you guys all kind of play off each other throughout the organization?
Yeah, great question. I think obviously you have to have a lead guy and you have it by title, but I very much like to think of this as a co-op, and this is a collaborative group that's working together, all pushing in the same direction, all aligned towards whatever that North Star is. What's awesome about this group is we all have strengths, right? And we all have weaknesses. And because of that, we're going to, the contrast there is going to allow us to grow together and continue pushing forward in pursuit of this North Star and continue developing this offense for the White Sox. So truly, we have this group that, although it is a short period of time, we have been interacting on a fairly regular basis, and the conversations have been great. I got an opportunity to spend 3 days with them in Arizona recently, just cutting it up and kind of, some touch points, some things that we want to prioritize moving forward, getting organized. And that's how I like it. This is how it should be in my eyes. I think that yes, I am, my title, the head hitting coach, the guy that I'll roll with the punches and I'll take the credit or the blame for failures. But this is all of us working together in the same direction.
Speaking of the 05 White Sox, I think it was Paul Konerko who once said the hitting coach is in baseball might be the toughest position in sports. Having worked in that field a little bit, do you kind of agree with it? Because it seems like hitting coaches get the blame for the failure, but don't get the credit when the players are hitting as well.
Yeah, I mean, the players are the ones that have to go do it, right? Like, our job is to just get them as prepared as possible so they can go execute that night at first pitch until last pitch. And like, yeah, it is a tough job. I think that there's a lot of tough jobs in professional sports, period, right? I think that the hitting is just a little bit more magnified because it is, you know, as the old saying goes, like it is an act that is revolved around failure. But our job is to mitigate how long we, you know, are in those ruts and get creative and find solutions and get back to performing. I would not trade it for anything. You know, it's self-inflicted pain, but very much worth it.
Hey, Derek, nice to meet you. Just, you talked about how you had a lot of different roles with Schomburg. When did you start getting to the point where like hitting really became like the primary focus? And now that you are kind of in it, how did kind of experiencing a lot of different roles in a baseball team maybe, you know, affect kind of maybe your holistic approach to hitting?
Yeah, I think like I carried like all these different titles in Schomburg, but I was always super obsessed and interested, inquisitive about like the hitting space. So even when I was a bullpen catcher, I was still talk hitting with guys on that like 2012 Schomburg Boomers team. And, you know, going into some years a little bit down the road, I think I had like the title of like strength and conditioning coach. So I was like working out with guys and kind of just like loosely overseeing their stuff at the YMCA. But in those conversations, it would still go back to hitting. So even though like I carried multiple titles, maybe gave me some different responsibilities over the years, which is great for just like overall learning those spaces in the game, albeit the Frontier League, right? Still the game of baseball. A lot of those conversations came back to hitting. And, you know, and following up on kind of what Will was talking about, the conversations you had, how did you guys kind of find alignment on, you know, both what he's trying to accomplish on a team-wide goal, but also still keeping space for you to work, you know, individually with hitters and kind of get in the weeds a bit more? Yeah, I think like what he's asking is like true, right, and fair. It's like when he says we got to take away or we have to hit fastballs and we need to perform against fastballs, ultimately what he's saying is we have to take something away from that guy. And as he mentioned earlier today, it's like it may not be the heater, it may be something else, but we are committed, we are convicted, we are prepared to take something away from first pitch. And then we will be ready to pivot to whatever the next thing is that we have to do. So it's like that's common goal, I think, just like from the get. And then, you know, practice harder, man. Like we got to up the challenge points, talk about leveling up, level up the training environments. We want to get as close to the game as possible, as much as we can. We know that in doing so, the likelihood of skill is higher to transfer or transition into the game versus us just kind of doing a lot of lower pitch pressure, like feel good stuff. I mean, with that said, how do you view almost the role of like traditional batting practice, where we potentially see less of it and see more machine work, you know, pregame with what you're talking about? Yeah, traditional batting practice in terms of just BP on the field, 3 groups of 4, you're asking? Yeah. Right? Arm out there throwing BP. So exactly. I would say you can take, I think it's great. I think it has its place. And I think you can take something like that and still level it up. So maybe it's not just fastballs, right? But maybe you're going mixed. Maybe you're going 1 round of just spin, where you are forcing guys to have to make decisions again, all in pursuit of how do we make training environments as close to the game as possible, as much as we can. So things are more likely to transfer. Skill is more likely to transfer into in-game performance. So typical batting practice absolutely has its place. But is there a way that you can level it up? I think the answer is yes.
Hey, Derek, first off, congratulations. Just in general, just what were some of the things that attracted you the most to this position and this opportunity? Yeah, nice to meet you as well. So very similar, like so many parallels to Miami as far as like roster composition, like the age, super young group of guys. They made really, really big strides as an organization from the major league level all the way down to the DR. And that's a massive kudos to Ryan Fuller, you know, Joel McKeithen, the hitting coaches and PD that were here that were here last year and are still here. Like very significant changes as an org. Additionally, the major league team, the second half, right, being top 10 in runs scored per game. OPS numbers were in the top half. Their chase percentage overall last year was its best. I believe it's been in the last 3 seasons, maybe 4 seasons. We saw an increase in walk. Those are all like really good signals, right? That you are heading in the right direction. You are figuring out ways
to create 90s in the pursuit of scoring runs in other ways than just slug. Not saying that that's what they were chasing, but like this is an offense that has the opportunity to be multifaceted, to have multiple solutions. And I think that the work that they had already set in place last year is very similar to what we were doing in Miami. And that's exciting. That's exciting because I've seen a system like this work.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about the Miami experience as well. It's just what were some of those things that you learned from Miami that you can kind of take on over to this opportunity as well?
Yeah, again, like upping the training environments, practice as close to the game as possible, present as many solutions as possible for that individual, really try and avoid the identity crisis, meaning like, what's the best version of you as a hitter? How do we get you to be that guy more times than not? How do we enhance that profile? And like I said, a lot of the things that they were doing last year in that second half and just like overall in the year, going back to like the swing decisions, it's very, very similar, and that stuff absolutely matters. And it lends itself to creating more 90s, to scoring runs, to winning baseball games at the major league level. Just
speaking of Miami, the press release mentioned, obviously the year Kyle Stowers had, and, every hitter is unique and different, and their path might not be applicable. But are there broader elements of that work that you feel are indicative of what you're trying to do, coming over here to the White Sox?
Yeah, I think it goes back to like finding like what that player's identity is, right? Like each guy is different from the guy next to him. And that was no different with Kyle Stowers. It was like, what do you look like and who are you as a hitter when you're at your best? You're presently not there. Here's what we see performance wise. It's not allowing you to be that guy. Now, what do we do to get you back to that? What direction do we go? Kyle and I had a very real conversation in spring training early on when I started to feel that he was panicking a little bit. And I called him on an off day when he was out with his wife walking his dog. And I asked him straight up, I said, "Are you panicking?" And he's like, "No, I'm not panicking." I was like, "I'm pretty sure it feels like you're panicking." And he ends up calling me back and says, "I am panicking." And we met in the cage early the next morning, and just giving him that freedom to be able to express himself and say, "Yeah, I'm terrified right now." And I want to admit that to you, and for us to go, okay, that's now that we're there, now we can get to work. That doesn't change. That's like person first mentality, and always keeping that in mind as we move forward and make adjustments to try and improve in-game performance.
I know officially you've been the hitting coach for like an hour or so, and like everybody's working with their own guys in the off season, but do you have kind of a plan already of like how you want to, get in touch with people or kind of work out plans with guys even before they show up to spring training?
Yeah, I've been talking with Joel just about every single day, and Fuller as well, just getting kind of their opinion of things, or not so much opinion, just kind of like seeing where they're at in communication with guys, where they left off at the end of the year. The plan is to start, now that it's official, to start reaching out, end of this week, into the next week, just make introductions, let them know that we're available first and foremost. The last thing I ever want guys to feel is it's at the end of the year and it's like, "Hey, great job. We'll see you in spring training in 4 months." Like, no, we're here with you. The off season's pivotal. For some guys it can be make or break, but to know that we are available, we want to be a support for you during that critical time, help provide guidance, help provide feedback. That's where that'll start. And that's kind of how the conversation is going to go here by the end of this week, going into the following week.
Did you go to a ton of Sox games growing up? And have you had the chance to think about just what it's going to be like being in that home dugout there this upcoming season?
Yeah, I went to a handful growing up. And yeah, I think like when I went out to the stadium about a week and a half ago, I had a moment in the dugout, and you're kind of like, "Oh, this is happening," and it's I'm back home. But then you don't dwell on it too long, because it's immediately followed up with, "Okay, we got to get to work. And what's next steps?"
Love that the local kid comes home to coach for his favorite team growing up, the North Side White Sox fan. Love to see that. Derek Showman, the brand new White Sox hitting coach, as he met with the media today. When we come back, we will wrap up this week's edition of White Sox Weekly. We'll let you hear from Hagen Smith. Hopefully a lot to be expected from him next season. Had an up and down season last year in his first professional season, but that doesn't mean that there's still not a lot of talent in that flame-throwing left arm. We'll let you hear from the White Sox, one of the top pitching prospects in the White Sox organization, when we come back right here on ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly.
White Sox Weekly.
On Chicago's home for sports.
On the ESPN Chicago app, 100.3 HD2 and ESPN 1000. The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Tomorrow morning at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate. Tomorrow morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future, own it.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
Welcome to White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000.
Happy holidays, White Sox fans. Starting at just $66, get a White Sox holiday pack redeemable for more than 50 games throughout the 2026 season. To learn more and purchase, visit whitesox.com/packs. I'm Jeff Meller here on a White Sox Weekly every Saturday. Even during the offseason, we hang out with you for an hour. And wanted to bring you Hagen Smith, who met with the media last week. And Hagen Smith's season, at least during the regular season portion of it, was somewhat up and down. And I think probably did not necessarily live up to quite the expectations that some White Sox fans had for the highly touted left-handed pitching prospect. And probably more importantly, they did not live up to the expectations of Hagen Smith. However, Hagen Smith was dominant in fall ball as he was a member of the Glendale team for the Arizona. He participated in the Arizona Fall League and was named a member of the Fall Stars. And Hagen Smith went 5 starts, had a 2.57 ERA, and in 14 innings, he ended up striking out 21 batters. As I mentioned, that 2.57 ERA, only gave up 4 earned runs and only allowed 1 home run. Did have 6 walks, which still is something that he needs to improve upon, but that was much better than what he's been doing, at least what he did during the course of the regular season. So certainly quite a performance by Hagen Smith, and he talked about beginning with the up and down season that he had this past year.
Being there was awesome. Great group of guys, great coaching staff. Everyone involved was awesome. I thought my year was just all right. Definitely went through some ups and downs, but I think just failing helped me a lot in pro ball.
How did the failing help you? You hear that a lot from, young players, especially highly touted players like yourself, that once, I think Colson mentioned that a little bit. How does it kind of help you when you start to fail to kind of correct things and get on the right track?
Yeah, no, it's been helping me. I mean, just keep working on my mechanics. I think just going in that first full year, just a little bit off, and then, just kind of working on it after the injury. And now I feel really good where I'm at right now.
I was just wondering, you mentioned the changeup earlier. Is that something for you? Like you feel like that's a big step in your effectiveness against righties, particularly? Is that third pitch, particularly the changeup, coming along?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I could do it with fastball and slider, but, just adding that changeup as I go up to each level, I feel like it's key for me. I've been throwing it good. It feels good right now. And it's just, for me, is trying to figure out what counts I'm going to throw it in and, try to execute at the bottom part of the zone.
You mentioned kind of coming off the injury. You're probably around the same amount of innings total you threw last year. Just kind of how are you feeling at this point in the season? How's the operation feeling at this point?
I feel awesome, honestly. I feel really good. I feel like I have a really good routine that keeps me feeling good, after the injury, just kind of taking a step back and just looking about what I was doing wrong and what I wasn't doing. So just coming back from that, I felt honestly really, really good every single week.
What have you felt happier about mechanically, since coming off that stretch where you're both recovering, but also had a chance to work on things now as you watch the ball come out, or, have some of these better outings with consistent command? What are you kind of liking what you're doing better than maybe the first half of the season?
Yeah, just being slow. I talk to some of the pitching guys a lot. As for me, I feel like I'm never going fast enough, and that's not the case at all on the mound. So my body, I just got to feel really slow, and I'm not going to be slow. So that's mentally, that's where I'm at right now, and it's been helping me be more consistent in the zone and getting ahead early.
You mentioned kind of working through, some struggles in the year, and Brian Bannister talked about even reaching out to, Matt Hobbs at Arkansas and, talking about what things have worked great in your delivery in the past. Just what is kind of working through this process of this year and you're getting some things clicking with the White Sox? What has that kind of taught you about working with them and what the process has been like?
Yeah, it's been awesome. Those guys are the best, I think. And, just being able to work with them as especially as I was coming back from injury, just when they kind of took time out of their day to come help me, which is awesome, and yeah, I feel really good right now. Like I said,
Hagen, something you get a lot of compliments for from, evaluators and coaches is being able to kind of switch up the looks of your slider a little bit and having harder and slower sliders that kind of do different things. Is that something, does that feel come along recently, or is that something you always had, or is it conscious a little bit, or is it a little bit subconscious?
Yeah, I kind of really, when I started throwing my sliders in my freshman year of college and then going into after that is what it is now. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I could manipulate a little bit, throw it slower, throw it harder, just different counts and stuff, whatnot.
How's that house out there in Arizona? Ryan described it as pretty cool experience, it sounds like.
Yeah, it's nice. Got a pool outside, got a basketball goal, and just go hang out outside during the days I don't have to go to the games with Connor McCullough. He's outside right now, but yeah, we're just been hanging out.
I guess like in an ideal season, you're maybe just finishing pitching last week at the end of the playoffs, but is there anything different that comes from having your schedule go a little bit deeper in the year as far as what you do in the off season, or how you prepare for spring training?
Yeah, definitely a little bit different, just like the timeline and everything. But, I'm going to talk with my guys I work with this past off season, pitching and just the weight training and everything, and kind of build up a plan for this coming season.
So there you go, the 21-year-old lefty who hopefully, maybe if things go well, we may actually see on the South Side during the 2026 season. Hey, I'm not even going to rule out the possibility that if Hagen Smith was absolutely dominant, I think while it might be a small chance, I don't think it's something that you could completely rule out the possibility that he could actually break camp with the White Sox starting rotation. And I think the same holds true for Noah Schultz as well. Although, again, I would expect both to begin the year in AAA. And, again, though, with hopefully, if all things go well, a very early arrival to help bolster the White Sox starting rotation. I think they both internally are probably part of the White Sox plans in the 2026 season, which is why I'll go back to what we started with when we began White Sox Weekly here today, and that is that you need to sign a veteran or two to plug into the rotation, but also be mindful of the probability that both Hagen Smith and Noah Schultz at some points will be breaking through in the White Sox rotation in the 2026 season. That is going to do it for this edition of White Sox Weekly. I am Jeff Meller. As always, I want to say thank you very much to our guest, Jesse Rogers, joining me earlier today as he covered the general manager's meetings in Las Vegas. And fresh back from his couple days in Vegas, was good to give us all the information that he did. And, of course, the executive producer of White Sox Baseball, which is Brendan Riley, for putting this show together. Thanks so much for listening. We will talk to you again next week, right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Fall's here. Time to upgrade your home before the cold sets in. Chicago Trust Window Works for custom windows and doors that fit your style and budget.